Damn it. Okay, can you guys hear me? Yes? I'm gonna hope this is a yes. What a cluster. Of course, okay. Thank you, Kristen. Of course, the first time that I decided to stream to frickin' Twitter, you guys have audio issues. I apologize. So let me start all over again. Hi, this is Lacey, and you guys are watching my regularly scheduled YouTube presentation. I do this every Tuesday through Friday, beginning around 3:30 to 4:30. So if you guys aren't subscribed, please make sure to do that and hit the thumbs up button and give it a like on Twitter if that's where you're watching today. So I went into this whole spiel about the trial that we're watching. It's wild. The defendant is a prestigious dentist off of a luxurious island in Georgia, and she has been accused of unaliving, because YouTube doesn't like real words, unaliving her paramour, her boyfriend. And she is using a self-defense case to try not to spend the rest of her life in jail. There's a lot of charges here, guys. This is wild. This case has had its crazy ups and downs. So I wouldn't worry if you don't know the history. It's pretty easy to catch up on. Today, we are going to finish up with all the testimony. And as always, I watch on 1.5 times speed. So no, the people are not doing math. They are simply talking fast because I can't stand slow. Okay, so, oh, I had to reload my studio. Bye, Kevin. Okay, here we go. That's weird. Things are just weird technology-wise today. I had everything queued up.
Ready for you?
Yes, thank you.
So does the jail intake form include a question, have you ever tried to commit suicide?
Yes.
And did she deny that she had ever tried to commit suicide?
She did it to the jail nurse.
To the jail nurse, correct, in the intake form.
That's correct.
But to you, she said that she had a thought of committing suicide or wanting to commit suicide, correct?
That's correct.
But she didn't detail for you any actions or steps that she actually took.
Hey, the whole like microphone thing got me, kind of like shook me. So if you could make sure to comment in the chat, that would help a lot. I already told you about the other things, the liking, the sharing, the what not, but sorry about that. The whole malfunctioning of technology today of all days. Yeah. So I'm going to hit play and we're going to just go from here. Thanks.
To commit suicide?
She didn't.
Okay.
And I would add, it's not uncommon for individuals who are meeting, and particularly in that setting, to deny ever having thoughts of suicide, especially if they have interfaced with mental health in the past, because usually saying something like that will get you into a medical housing that you may not have wanted to go into.
Well, how about to you, the person who's performing a psychological evaluation for her murder trial? Was there a reason why she wouldn't have told you about her attempts to commit suicide?
Sure. I think that what she was telling me was past history. If you'll note in the behavioral observations section of my report, one of the things that I routinely ask is about current thoughts of suicide, which she denied at the time of the evaluation.
But when she told you, when she was talking to you about the late night, early morning of March 7th to March 8th, did she ever mention to you that she had attempted suicide during that incident with Mr. Barron?
Yes.
And so I thought you said that she did not describe attempting suicide.
Yes, that she said that she had thoughts of suicide. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
No, you're fine. It might have been a confusing question. So if you could explain exactly what you remember telling you about her thoughts of suicide, specifically as it relates to the incident with Mr. Barron where he was killed.
Sure. So after the incident where at the time she wasn't sure if he was dead, but it was right after the incident, she said to me in describing her recollection of that night, she said, I was so distraught, I thought about taking my own life.
Okay. Did you ask her any follow-up questions? Like, well, tell me what you mean by that. You know, did you have a plan? That's a common question, right? For a psychologist, if someone brings up suicide, to ask them if they've actually taken steps to follow through with that plan, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ask her any of those questions?
Well, she said that she had the gun in her hand and she thought about taking her own life.
So did you ask her any follow-up questions? Did you put the gun to your head or to your body?
I did not.
Did you ask her if, did you try and pull the trigger?
No.
Okay. And then again, her telling you that she had thoughts of committing suicide after murdering her boyfriend was not something you felt important to put in your report?
I didn't put it in my report.
Because I guess that wasn't important to you as part of your evaluation?
I honestly think I thought about it last night. It was probably just a mistake.
Okay. So I know that you reviewed the other records and summaries in the jail and medical records, and you would agree with me that Ms. Mericle repeatedly talks about her depression and anxiety as it relates to being incarcerated, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember reading a note, for example, that the client expressed feelings of isolation exacerbated by the confines of the correctional facility and struggles with low self-esteem? She's also reported difficulty sleeping and experiencing frequent negative thoughts, especially regarding future. The client mentioned feeling trapped and unable to escape her current environment, which contributed to her depressive symptoms. Do you remember notes about similar to that one?
Yes.
Do you remember notes similar to expressing challenges with emotional regulation, particularly in response to the stress and frustration of her current incarceration? She reported frequent feelings of anger, sadness, which she feels are often triggered by her interactions with other inmates and staff, as well as her limited control over her environment, and that she described several incidents over the past week in which she became overwhelmed and had difficulty managing her emotions, resulting in heated arguments and sense of losing control.
Yes.
And you would agree that all of those symptoms are essentially symptoms that you observed as part of your evaluation for PTSD, correct?
My evaluation, I would say more broadly, my evaluation for mental health conditions in general.
And part of what you used to help with your diagnosis of PTSD were those feelings of extreme depression, the emotional regulation, the nightmares, difficulty sleeping, things like that. Those were all things that you held in your determination of a diagnosis of PTSD, correct?
Well, what I think you're trying to get me to say is that couldn't it just be that everything that she's reporting has to do with her adjustment to jail? I think that's what you're trying to ask me. Like, isn't it possible that the symptoms she's reporting have to do with struggling to adjust to an incarcerated setting? And to that, I would respond, well, sure. And in fact, I acknowledge that. So on page 19 of my report, you'll see a diagnosis of adjustment disorder that accounts for those symptoms that I observed from the jail records. Additionally, I would note on page 14 of my report, one of the things Ms. Mericle told me is that on advice of her counsel, she wasn't allowed or was advised not to talk about anything that happened prior to her coming to jail. So the only things that she was reporting to the jail counselor had to do with her immediate circumstances.
And you never met Ms. Mericle prior to her being arrested for these murder charges, correct?
That's correct.
And
we were best friends.
And you never got any prior mental health records from Ms. Mericle, correct?
That's correct.
And you never spoke with any of the 6 of her therapists that she told you about, correct?
That's correct. And I would add here also, the one that would have been relevant, I mean, this evaluation, above all else, was really to account for the time of her relationship with Mr. Barron. In that time, she was kind of seeing a therapist who I tried to reach out to, couldn't get a hold of her, but she really wasn't attending therapy regularly while she was with Mr. Barron.
Right. And what about all of the other therapists that she was seeing prior to Mr. Barron?
That's correct. No, I did not get those records.
And isn't it possible that there might have been trauma or symptoms of PTSD from Ms. Mericle's past that maybe she talked with those other therapists that you never attempted to reach out to?
That's correct.
This attorney is so
what your test is
snarky.
for, as far as malingering, is malingering as to the symptoms she's exhibiting that are consistent with PTSD, correct?
Malingering for mental health conditions in general.
Right. So like faking symptoms or faking mental health, signs of a mental health issue, correct?
That's correct.
And then once you have determined that this person is exhibiting these symptoms or signs of a mental health issue, that's when you go and you talk with that individual about what could be the cause of those symptoms, correct?
That's correct.
And so when you spoke with Ms. Mericle and you asked her, what was that main trauma that, you would attribute to being the main factor in these symptoms, and she attributed that to Mr. Barron pointing the gun to her mouth on the late night, early morning of March 7-8, right?
That's correct.
So essentially, all of that aspect of your evaluation is self-report, correct?
That's correct.
Meaning that's her
you
side
have
of things.
to assume that Ms. Mericle is telling the truth, that event even occurred, to assume that event is the basis for all of these PTSD symptoms that you exhibited, correct?
Yes.
And when we're talking about PTSD, the word post is in it, right? So like prior trauma that you've experienced that is now creating these current symptoms, correct?
That's a weak argument.
And so the main symptom or the main event that the defendant describes as being the cause of all of these traumas is actually the night of the murder, correct?
That's correct.
So not post-trauma, but the current trauma that she's in jail for is what she says is the main cause of the symptoms that she's currently exhibiting to you, correct?
I'm not exactly sure of your argument because I evaluated her in September. The incident happened in March. That's 6 months post this incident. So at the time I saw her, she was exhibiting post-traumatic symptoms.
And so what I'm talking about is, you know, there's been suggestion that Ms. Mericle's actions could have been on the night of March 7, early morning, March 8, could have been attributed to the PTSD that she had acquired from Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes.
But that event was currently happening in that moment because we're talking about her experiencing PTSD symptoms on the night of the murder. I understand that you met her after the murder. I'm talking about what she was exhibiting the day of the murder as far as PTSD. According to Ms. Mericle, she had not even experienced that most triggering trauma yet. She was actively experiencing it, correct?
So as I testified yesterday, this was not the first traumatic event she had experienced in the course of her relationship with Mr. Barron. This was a chronic situation with chronic intimate partner violence. What I'm talking about is that that was the index trauma, so the most traumatic thing. I've also testified yesterday that she was experiencing nightmares, sleep problems, and generally heightened anxiety starting as early as October of 2024.
And that's all self-report, correct?
That's correct.
So you're assuming that she's telling the truth about what she was experiencing in October of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And because you don't have any mental health records prior to her relationship with Mr. Barron, you have no way to compare whether or not these symptoms are new and attributed to Mr. Barron or whether she could have been experiencing certain symptoms from anything that happened in the first 61 years of her life, correct?
That's correct.
I think she definitely has PTSD.
You say
I
in your
don't know
report
if it goes far
that,
enough to
the defendant
cause
is
what
consistent in her
happened.
assertions of abuse by Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes.
But you would agree that nowhere in the case file, other than the night of or the early morning of March 8th, is there ever any mention of past trauma between the defendant and Mr. Barron, correct?
Well, why would she tell?
And that's not what I asked. What I asked was you would agree that there's no mention of past abuse between the defendant and Mr. Barron anywhere in the case file that you saw, correct?
She never disclosed it prior to that night.
Okay. So you would also agree that as far as sexual abuse, that's not disclosed by the defendant at all until she sits down with you in your interview, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no mention of really any violence at all between the two of them prior to the night of the murder to anyone other than you, correct?
That's not correct because of the text messages that we discussed yesterday.
And so I thought what you had testified to yesterday was that in those text messages, there's no evidence of any physical abuse between the defendant and the victim.
That's not correct. I testified to the fact that Ms. Mericle comments on the fact that her head, about the injury to her head in early February, and she says something to Mr. Barron to the effect of, you should be ashamed of yourself.
And then I stand corrected because there's also the actual physical abuse to Mr. Barron that the defendant admits to in text, correct?
Yes, it was a scratch.
And if there was a photo, let me ask you this, if there was a photograph of the defendant with a scratch on her face, would you be talking about it in such a diminished capacity as you are with Mr. Barron?
I don't know. I would have to know the broader context. I do know the broader context of this.
Because of your assumptions of what the defendant is telling you to be the truth, correct?
And because I've seen a picture of Mr. Barron's face.
Sure. So let's say that that picture was a picture of the defendant's face with a scratch on it. Would your response to that be, oh, well, that was just a scratch though?
I don't know the context.
Okay. So at the end of your report, you note it's well documented that Mr. Barron locked himself in a bedroom with both his phone and Ms. Mericle's phone, correct?
Correct.
Besides the defendant's own statements, where else is that documented? How else is that well documented?
It's in the police report.
Of the defendant's statements, correct?
Correct. It's in the police report. It's in the interview transcript.
Of the defendant's statements, correct?
Correct.
So when you say it's well documented based off of the defendant's own statements, correct?
I believe so, but I also believe in the police report, there's a statement to the effect of the phone was recovered.
Was it recovered in the bedroom?
I thought so.
Okay. Didn't read that it was recovered outside of the bedroom at the top of the stairs where the defendant was seen placing it down?
I did not. Okay.
I want to talk to you about the part of your report where you go into medical history and substance use.
Yes.
Okay. So you note in your report that she gave you a medical history, including some hospitalizations, correct?
Yes.
And I think we've covered that those hospitalizations were not verified in any way by you.
Only by talking to her sisters who corroborated that happened.
Okay. And you note in your report that she does not have a diagnosis of ADHD, correct?
Correct.
But that she was taking Adderall.
Correct.
And then you note in your report, you make kind of go out of your way to note that Adderall is commonly abused. It's a drug that can be commonly abused, but in this case, there was no evidence of misuse by the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know why she was taking Adderall if she was not diagnosed ADHD?
So a lot of times people take Adderall even when they're not diagnosed with ADHD. They take it because they need to focus at work, or they take it, I mean, it's such a robust medication, it's such an effective medication that people will just take it when they need to concentrate extra.
And you would agree that drinking alcohol while taking Adderall can have very negative side effects, correct?
It's possible.
You would not advise one of your patients to drink multiple vodka drinks regularly while taking Adderall, correct?
That's correct.
And that's
Vodka drink.
because Adderall can have dangerous side effects like intense emotional shifts, increased rage and aggression, and extreme irritability if you mix Adderall and alcohol, correct?
It's possible, yes.
What is Seroquel?
Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication that in lower doses is used to help a person sleep.
Did you confirm with her medical history that she was prescribed Seroquel for antipsychotic purposes or to help her sleep?
To help her sleep.
Where did you get that confirmation from?
Her sister had the medications from the drugstore.
So her sister just had the prescription.
Scott,
correct.
by the way.
Did you get the medical records or notes explaining why she was prescribed that Seroquel?
It says it on the prescription. It says indicated for sleep.
And what about combining Seroquel, Adderall, and alcohol? Would you advise your patient against combining those three substances?
I would advise against that.
And is it because it can have similar side effects such as rage and aggression?
It's more, I don't think it would have side effects like rage and aggression. It would just make you like really sleepy.
You might just
Is your
try
testimony
to
that
take over the
drinking
world.
alcohol while taking Adderall and Seroquel together could not possibly cause side effects or symptoms like emotional shifts, rage, aggression, or irritability?
It would cause rage and aggression. I have never seen that in 20 years of clinical practice. The combination of those three, never.
You have never seen someone describe drinking alcohol with Adderall causing anger or aggression.
You're asking with the combination of Seroquel too. Seroquel is so sedating. Alcohol is also so
Yeah.
sedating that it more just makes you kind of loopy.
But Adderall is not sedating, correct?
Correct, but it wouldn't
It's-
counteract.
yeah, it's
I mean,
not
of those
gonna-
medications, Seroquel is the most powerful. So it would really someone like that would be like just kind of out of it and loopy.
How about on such a low dose of Seroquel?
Well, low dose is, it seems like a low dose, but the low dose makes you sleepy. The higher the dose you go, that's if somebody's experiencing things like hallucinations, hearing voices.
Your testimony was that you would not advise someone taking all of those medications at the same time
Correct.
because it can cause significant negative side effects.
Correct.
Did she ever report to you why she flushed the shell casings or bullets down the toilet?
No.
Did you ask her?
Yeah, I mean, I take that back. I mean, she basically just said she panicked.
She panicked
Yes,
and decided to flush the bullets and the shell casings down the toilet.
that's correct.
Did she ever explain to you
her
why she didn't
septic
attempt to
system.
provide first aid to Mr. Barron?
No, we didn't talk about that at all.
Did she ever mention to you the night prior to Mr. Barron's death, did she ever mention the defendant forcing her to perform oral sex on him?
No, the way that was told to me was the night of the offense.
Well,
Sorry.
so I guess we kind of combine March 7th and March 8th together. So let's say the night of the offense, did she describe to you being forced to perform oral sex on Mr. Barron?
She did during our second meeting.
And did you not find that important to note in your report?
I did not.
You didn't think it would be important to note in your report that on the night where Mr. Barron was killed, he forcibly got the defendant's head and made her put her mouth on his penis.
The way that this was told to me, there were certain details that she was more consistent in. She mentioned that one time, so I kept in the things that I thought were most consistent.
Guys, what sucks so much is like she did such a great job on like direct and the beginning of cross. I'm referring to this witness. And she's just making me look like a damn fool.
So the reason you didn't mention it in your report that she said that was because you found it to be inconsistent with the other things she was saying?
It wasn't inconsistent, it just wasn't repeated.
Would it not be important to potentially note inconsistencies in your interview with the defendant?
Sure.
But you didn't note that in your report at all.
Well, it wasn't really inconsistent. It just wasn't a detail that she was saying over and over again in presenting her story.
But you're there to evaluate her for PTSD based off of trauma that she experienced by Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
And she disclosed to you that he forced her to commit aggravated sodomy on him, and you did not find that important enough to note in your report for this case.
I didn't put it in my report.
What about did she disclose to you being forced to shave Mr. Barron's penis the night before she murdered him?
No,
She didn't mention that at all?
no.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No pun intended.
I wanted to circle back about
Shout out to my mods, by the way. Thank you.
abusers in intimate partner violence relationships and ask you some questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Do abusers in intimate partner violence cases, do they do things like affect the person's dress or the food they might be eating?
Yes.
One of the questions, well, I don't want to forget to ask you this too. And I think this is in the report on page 5. If you have your report, it's not the last paragraph, but the second to last tall paragraph.
Sounds
of
really
the-
sick.
of page 5.
I'm ready.
Okay. Did you note something in her interview with Investigator Mefford at the law enforcement center where she makes a statement about, I don't know if I should tell you everything?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that statement being sandwiched between requests for his status and whether he was still alive?
That's correct.
What is the significance, from your standpoint, in a clinical sense and in a treatment sense, of asking if he's alive, then making the statement, I don't know if I should tell you everything, and then asking again if he's alive, and then not telling, basically, about this prior violence?
Well, the significance here is that Ms. Mericle asks repeatedly whether or not Mr. Barron is alive, and she's really never given that information. Even though it was known, it was known to investigator, it wasn't known to her. And so for all intents and purposes, she thinks that Mr. Barron is still alive. So long as she thinks that Mr. Barron is potentially alive, she remains in fear of him and isn't going to disclose.
Ms. Bennett asked you questions about the jail counseling that Ms. Mericle was provided.
Yes.
And you've stated that, she was told not to talk about the event with the counselor, but is it correct that she was reporting difficulty sleeping and hypervigilance?
That's correct.
Claustrophobia?
That's correct.
Did she report withdrawal and
Sounds like
hopelessness?
she needs some more Seroquel.
Was she presenting with a flat affect?
Yes.
And did the therapist note she was speaking in low tones with a monotone voice, making minimal eye contact?
That's correct.
Did she even make the statement to the therapist, I don't deserve anything better?
Yes.
There's some
Did she report
testimony
recurrent nightmares?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
coming
Did she
up
talk about increased heart rate and sweating?
Yes.
that echoes this.
Did she also describe feeling empty and numb?
Yes.
Was she observed with a slumped body posture by the therapist?
Yes.
You slump.
Or did she appear with disheveled and fatigued?
Yes.
Did she have minimum eye contact and speak in soft, monotone, flat voice to the therapist?
Yes.
Is this consistent with a person suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and other stuff?
Yes, that's a great way to characterize it. So some of these symptoms overlap, but some do not. Nightmares, the heart racing, the intrusive memories or intrusive thoughts, those are very specific to PTSD.
Ms. Bennett asked you questions about the word we were using was index event.
That's correct.
And maybe everybody knows exactly what we're talking about when we say index event, but index event in this case is, correct me if I'm not stating it right, it's the event identified by the person that has the post-traumatic stress disorder as the cause of this, or as the primary cause of what you said, exposure to a life-threatening event.
Yes, the most distressing event.
And for PTSD, it has to be exposure to a life-threatening event.
That's correct.
Judge, can I have the Elmo, please?
Hey guys on X, please hit that like button, and if you are on YouTube,
The
hit the
exposure
thumbs
to the
up.
life-threatening event,
Thank
the
you.
index event that she identified was the pistol to her lips, correct?
Correct.
What you saw on the body cameras that you watched those 3 hours, is her behavior consistent or inconsistent with an acute trauma response to a life-threatening event?
Yes, it is consistent.
Last question. In your work with victims in intimate partner relationships, how does the abuser typically respond to information that the victim is moving on?
Angrily.
Is that something that the victim is going to respond to in any way other than with violence or anger, in your experience?
Could you repeat the question,
Yeah.
just so I understand?
When the victim is told and learns that there's a threat, when the abuser is told that the victim is now moving on in the intimate partner violence relationship,
It's like the
Yes.
most dangerous time.
how is that abuser going to respond to this new information based on your experience?
So most often, the abuser will do something aggressive or violent to try and get the victim to stay in the relationship.
And is that consistent with the case file in this case, once Mr. Barron learned about Mr. English?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikki. How are you today?
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. You may be excused.
Jim Persner. This chair just so I can get back here again. So I have someone with me. Is that okay? That's fine.
Excuse me. This happened last week. I do need to let you guys know this. Actually, we're not going to watch this witness. I had a wind event at my home, and it looks like the same thing is going to happen today, but I think it'll be towards the later part of the stream in case we do have any issues. I am skipping this witness simply because it is so incredibly boring. And that's what I promise not to do here. I'm going to cut out the boring stuff. Here we go.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much.
If you would please just stand and raise your right hand.
You can remain seated. That's fine. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, put your hand down. Go ahead and state your full name and spell your last name for the court order.
My name is Dana Mericle Gardner, and the spelling of my last name is Gardner.
Her sister.
Your middle name is Mericle.
It is.
Okay. How is it that you know Suzanne Mericle?
She's my older sister.
How many siblings have you guys got in the Mericle family?
7, including me, and including my late twin sister.
Okay. You had a twin?
Yes.
Okay. Of the 7 siblings, who would you say is closest with Suzanne?
You know, in a big family, it goes around, and depending on the stage of your life and when you have kids and all, but Suzanne and I have been very, very close in the last decade. So yes.
So it's you, basically. Okay. Did you ever have the chance to meet David Barron?
I met him twice.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the first time that you met him, and I'm going to approach. Who's
Me.
Showing you defendant 73. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
That is the Saturday of Georgia-Florida weekend in 2024.
Oh.
And we were there to watch the football game or the first half. And Suzanne wanted me to meet David.
Is this a photo of you guys from that date?
Yes.
Met David Barron?
Correct.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately represent 2 of you on that same day that you met David Barron?
Yes, sir.
Move to Center 73.
No objections.
Admitted.
Have the helmet down. Tell us where.
We're not going to see
where
this
is,
anyways.
First, city and all that stuff.
St. Simon's Island, Georgia, and Brogan's Restaurant.
You said it was the Georgia-Florida game, and I know that's typically at a certain time, but can you give us an orientation of, as close as you can, date?
Yes, it's always right around Halloween. It's either the last Saturday of October or the first Saturday in November.
I
but that's
never
where it
realized
falls.
that.
Okay. Was this the first time that you ever met David Barron?
Yes,
Okay. Was that a long meeting with him that time, or just very brief?
very brief.
Did you have another occasion to meet Mr. Barron that was, I guess, longer than this first meeting for the Georgia-Florida game date?
I did.
Okay. Roughly when was that?
That was January 18th, 2025 at my sister's birthday.
January 18th, 2025 at your sister. Which sister is this?
Leslie. It was her 60th birthday and it was a surprise party.
Okay. Do you know her birthday offhand?
I do.
love
Okay,
surprise
what is it?
parties.
January 18th.
Okay, that's how you know it was January 18th.
That's how I know, yes.
Was this, what kind of party was this? You said it's a birthday party, but are we talking about a small group of people? Are we talking about a larger group of people? Is this in public? Is it in private?
It was a private party, but it was a surprise party for Leslie with all of her close friends. So it was a large party. I'd venture to say 30 to 40 people, probably.
How many of the siblings, meaning the Miracles or the extended Miracles, were there?
All of them.
Did Suzanne come?
Merrick,
Yes.
we're not talking
And did
about
Mr.
her.
Barron come?
He did.
Had you ever, before this night, before January 18th, 2025, had you ever had any conversations with Mr. Barron at all?
No, other than nice to meet you at Brogan's.
On this night, on this birthday party night, was Suzanne there with David as a couple?
Yes, they arrived together.
Bye.
So this is his first time meeting the family, if you will.
Correct.
You've got 7 siblings and she's got a new boyfriend, right?
Correct.
Was this one of those, let's see what's going on here kind of things?
Yeah, I'd say we were focused on Leslie for her birthday, but we were definitely looking forward to getting to know David.
Okay. What, if anything, did you notice about Suzanne and David's interaction on that weekend, on January 18th at this party?
They would interact some, but then I'd find them kind of sitting by themselves or over by the bar. This is a big barn property and they have a nice party set up. And so they would be sitting over by the bar, chatting quietly, just to each other. And then Suzanne would come engage and play at this card game a little bit, but then he'd pull her back again and they'd be talking again. And so it wasn't typical party behavior where everyone else was kind of engaged with everybody and walking around and talking to everybody. And then, we'd engage her again and she'd come back and hang with us.
what did you conclude about, well, how had she up until this time behaved at parties like this from your observations?
Super fun and involved in all the fun stuff that was going on. You know, we're all kind of gregarious and like to have fun and kind of choose the life of the party and having a great time.
Was that consistent with what you saw from her on 1/18/25?
No,
Now, you didn't see any violence between the two of them?
no,
Did she talk to you at all about him later at any date, at any time around this time? What was she telling you about him?
up until that time, nothing negative. Just, I didn't talk to her as much because she was, you know, with him all the time. And it seemed like she was kind of molding her life around his, but I just assumed she was happy and that was where she was heading. And they bought a house together and, you know, she was kind of riding off into the sunset with her knight in shining armor.
Did you know about the purchase of the house in Hall County?
I did.
Was that something that the siblings and you thought was a good plan for her?
Not necessarily. We thought it moved very quickly. That worried us.
Did she ever characterize Mr. Barron to you as a really good guy?
Yes.
At some point, did she start talking to you about some concerns with him?
Yes.
Were you aware of a paramour or another woman that potentially had been involved with Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Did Ms. Mericle talk to you about that?
Yes.
What was it that you were kind of serving as? What was your role when you're talking to Suzanne after these concerns about the other woman and I guess just dealing with her as her closest sibling?
You know, I would just kind of let her speak and let her be heard and, you know, to hope that she's okay. And she always knew that she could talk to me without judgment. And I just wanted to learn what was going on with her and try to help her and advise her.
And how were you helping and advising her? What were you trying to give her to assist her as she's dealing with the issue with Mr. Barron?
Me neither,
You know,
Willa.
at the beginning, when she first found out about it, and he was saying that he was going to stop. He was going to stop sending money. And she was like, you know, okay, I'm going to give him the chance to do that.
Yeah,
and then he showed his true colors and he didn't stop doing that. And so I tried to help her end it, or advise her to, remind her that he has shown his true colors. We were always taught when someone shows you who they are, believe them. But she just wanted to continue to see the good in him.
When you're talking to her about leaving, about ending the relationship, does it seem like it's getting through to her for periods of time?
Yes, at times.
Did she express to you wanting to leave that relationship?
Yes, over and over.
Did you notice after where she's kind of come over to the side of I want to leave the relationship, did you notice that would change at some time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So and it wasn't just me, my sister Leslie and I spoke to her. She would kind of talk to both of us. And so when we would talk to her, she'd say, I know, y'all are right. You're right. I'm going to leave. I deserve better. I don't deserve this. I just want to be loved. And I thought he was the one. And so, she would come around and say, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to leave. I'm not going to be with him anymore. And then she'd kind of drop off the face of the earth and we would know that he would have worked his way back into her, and then we wouldn't hear from her.
Were you even aware that she had been arrested and charged with DUI in Hall County?
No.
Oh yeah, that happened too.
I want to talk about the weekend of March the 6th and the 7th, okay?
Okay.
That was crazy.
Did you know ahead of time that she was going to be going to the lake house in Hall County? Were you aware of that? Did she say, I'm going to the lake house this weekend, if you recall?
Yes, I believe I was aware of that. Yes, in fact, I was aware because she had said he came down and surprised me. And I thought, oh no, here we go. He's pulling her back.
When March the 7th comes around, do you remember if you talked to her at all on that day?
No, I definitely had not.
Did you, on March the 8th, in the early morning hours, receive some calls from Ms. Mericle?
I did.
Did you answer those calls?
I did not.
Oh, I think that's a
When
little
was the first
too
time
far,
that
Nikki.
you recognized that you had missed calls in the late night hours?
When I woke up the next morning, probably 8 o'clock in the morning, I'll guess.
When you saw the missed calls from Suzanne, what came to your mind?
I thought I need to check on her because I had calls from her in the past in midnight or later hours. And occasionally I would be up or I would hear the phone ring and I would answer. But most of the time I'd be asleep. So I would reach out to her the next morning, make sure she was okay. And so I thought I need to reach out to her again and make sure she's okay.
And were you able to make contact with her?
No.
What did you do next?
So I waited. I texted her and said, are you okay? I think I called her first. She didn't answer. And so I texted her and said, I missed your calls last night, just calling to make sure everything's okay, or checking in. And so I tried not to get alarmed. I just had a gut feeling. I just didn't feel good about it because she has her
I've
friend
had
with
that
her
gut
all the
feeling
time.
before.
But I thought if she was up late, maybe she's sleeping in. I hope that's the case. So I just kind of let it go. And then a few hours later, I was really getting worried. I had this instinct. And so I texted her and said, if I don't hear from you by X time, and I don't know what time I gave, but I gave a number, a time period. And I said, I'm going to have someone come check on you because I'm really getting nervous. So, and in the meantime, I tried to nonchalantly call the kids to see, because she talks to her kids all the time, and especially Mary Madden. So I just, nonchalantly said, "Hey, have you talked to your mom today or heard from
Mary
her?"
Madden
Mary Madden
is-
said, "No, what's wrong?"
The most Southern
And so I said,
name.
"Nothing, I missed a call," and I'm, just checking on her.
So now you've texted, called, reached out to her kids. Is your anxiety level going further and further and further?
Yes.
Are you very, very concerned at the time? That
I'm
you make?
getting very, very concerned.
Do you make a phone call to 911?
I do. That time came and passed, and I was like, I'm calling 911. I just was terrified that something bad had happened, because now hours have gone by and she has not called or texted me or her children, and we've all tried reaching her. And so I just had this elevated angst, and I was like, I'm not waiting. We've already lost another sister to domestic violence, and
We didn't know
I'm
that,
not
by
gonna
the
do it
way.
again.
Judge, I'm going to play defendants. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 1.
She just snuck that piece of information in, which was like, I stopped what I was doing when I heard that. I know the people that have been watching this regularly with me are also going to be like, what? Because that right there could have been like everything was working up, and that was a catalyst for some of the behaviors that she had exhibited. I don't know. You guys make your minds on your own.
Starting at 5:30, 5:20.
Isn't that wild?
Hall County Dispatch, how may I help you?
Hi, I need to ask someone to do a welfare check on my sister.
Okay. And what's the address?
Okay, it is 4238 Bay Ridge Drive.
Okay, and what is your sister's name?
Suzanne, Suzanne Mericle, M as in Mary, ERICLE.
I
And what's her
love
date of
their
birth?
accent.
May
How old is
15th, 61, I think. I have 6 siblings. I can't keep track of all of them.
Okay. And tell me what happened.
So she has a lake house. We live on St. Simon's, and she has a lake house. And I woke up this morning to 2 missed calls from her in the middle of the night. And she has been in a not good relationship lately. And I don't know the guy very well, but I know he's a heavy drinker, and she's been trying to get out of that relationship. And he keeps pulling her back in. Well, I called her first thing when I woke up and saw the missed calls, and no answer. And I called her about an hour later, no answer. Text too. She lives with her phone. And so I said, I'm worried. Call me. I'm about to call your children, which I knew she would not be happy with. So I called them and said they haven't heard from her either since 8 o'clock last night. And they've been trying to call her, and she just would never not answer her phone. So then I called the boyfriend, David Barron, and his is going straight to voicemail. And this is just not like her. And just knowing that he's kind of isolating her. And I've been through this with another sister, and it turned out the worst case scenario. And I just have a feeling it is, I don't know. But the fact that I cannot get her is very unusual.
Okay. What's your phone number?
It's 912-996-4506.
And what is your name?
Dana Gardner. And her adult children have tried calling her, and I mean, she lives for them and would never not answer the phone.
Okay, so I'm going to have an officer call you. When they call, it'll come from a blocked, private, or unknown number, okay?
I will answer.
All right, I'll have them call you here shortly.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Dispatch Monica.
Thanks, Vicky, for stopping by.
Hold on.
So if you don't know Willa, he is always saying that the woman is innocent. Like the woman,
Can you hear me if I just leave this right over here?
I sure can.
he is like always, he was like adamant about Corey Richards being innocent. And he doesn't think that Wendy Adelson had anything to do with Dan Markel. He's just my guy that I can rely on for like having the girl side, and he's even switching sides on this case. So that's pretty telling.
I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
So, and you established that you and Suzanne are sisters.
We love him.
Yes.
Okay. And you're the older sister?
I'm the youngest.
Oh, I apologize. Suzanne is Suzanne the oldest?
No, she's in the middle.
Okay, she's in the middle. Okay, but in terms of sisters, you are the youngest.
Yes,
Okay. And you live on St. Simon's, right?
I do.
Are you a realtor?
I am.
Okay. A realtor selling properties on St. Simon's.
Mostly, but also on the mainland.
Okay. And at some point you agreed to sell Suzanne's condo for,
Yes.
I think the defense
I want
attorney
to
is really
just go
sick.
over a few text messages that you had with Suzanne.
Okay. Excuse me.
I don't want to say your whole phone number out loud, but does it end in 4506?
It does.
Okay. And Suzanne's ends in 4039?
Yes.
This is. I just want to show you some text messages that you have with your sister. You can just looking over these and see if you
Yeah.
recognize them.
I don't have my glasses on, so this is a blur.
We're gonna have Is there a way to shut off the TV but allow us?
Can you get your readers?
My readers are with my husband.
Let's accomplish that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the defense attorney is sick.
Sorry, I should have brought them up with me.
This is wild. My analytics changed so much from adding
You can go ahead.
X. Like it impacted my YouTube views.
Okay, it's still very small, but I can see it. Okay, what was the question?
If you could just flip through them and see if you recognize them, that would be great.
A lot.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I recognize them.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations or some of the conversations that you've had with Suzanne?
I haven't read them, the detail of them, but because there's many pages here. Let's see.
Once again, if you guys are just joining us, watching the testimony from a pretty crazy murder case down in Georgia with a dentist and her boyfriend.
Yes.
I'll
happened
take that back.
last
You, I
year.
promise it'll be pumped up to a bigger screen.
Okay.
At this point, the state moves to tender 199G.
And no further action on that.
Do you mind to?
Admitted.
Bad way, Nikki.
Is it on laptop or doc cam?
Laptop. Oh, you're. It's gonna be a lot bigger, I promise. Okay, so I believe I remember you talking about let me just find my notes. The 18th was your sister Leslie's 60th birthday.
That's correct.
Okay. And the date of these text messages that are up on the screen right now, they're January 20th, 2025.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Okay, so 2 days after the party.
that's right.
So you say to her, and this is you, morning, everything okay, correct?
Yes,
And she says, it is good. I will talk to you later. Love you.
yes,
And you say, love you too. Have a good weekend, correct?
yes. Have a good week.
Oh, have a good week. My apologies. And she says, you too, correct?
Yes,
So then at around 10:44 p.m. and change on the 20th, she says to you, are you awake? Yes.
yes,
Followed up by, you say, yes, what's up? Yes.
yes,
She says, I'm not sure what I need to do. You say, about, and she says some words. And then about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I saw where David was texting with other women and I confronted him and now it's just blown up. That was sent by Suzanne, correct?
correct,
She says, what can somebody just love me, correct?
correct.
Suzanne then says, and this is at 10:47, all I want is their love, their truth, their compassion, and loyalty.
Yes.
You say, oh crap.
I say, oh crap.
This message right here.
Okay.
And then followed up by a message of WTF.
Yes, correct.
So then Suzanne says, why did he buy a house with me? All this feels like everything he told me is a lie. Yes.
Yes,
And she says, I know. Followed by, I'm in such shock. Yes.
yes,
And then asks you, please do not say anything. I'm humiliated.
yes.
Yeah.
So then also says, hey, seem to be the best guy ever. Yes.
Yes,
And to make sure, I know you also, just straying away from that for a second, you also had an interview with Dr. Elkon, one of the defense's experts, and this was on or about October 4th, 2025, right?
yes.
You guys spoke for about an hour and a half.
If you
that-
say. I
If
don't
you
know.
remember,
If you
Possibly.
say.
was that on the telephone? Or?
Yes.
Okay. So during that interview, you told Dr. Elkon that Suzanne consistently described David as a good guy with a good heart.
Yes,
And on direct, you said that Suzanne never disclosed any physical abuse that David allegedly had done to her.
correct.
Okay. So I want to continue on from here.
Okay.
We are at this, if you can see my little mouse moving.
I do.
So at 10:49, I'm sure it feels awful right now, but texting isn't the end of the world. I know several people whose husbands have done the same and they've worked through it and are stronger than ever.
Yes,
I would say that you're being pretty reasonable. Would you say so?
yes,
Suzanne then says, I just keep fucking up. And you say, how is that your F up, right?
yep,
Suzanne then says, I don't know what to do. I'm sick of this day. I bought a house with him. I believed him. Yes?
yes,
And you
She's just,
say,
like,
would he be
trauma
willing to go to
dumping.
couples therapy? Yes?
yes,
And if so, I would jump right in with both feet. And that's from you, yes?
Yes,
Okay. So then she provides you with a little bit more information.
correct.
I found out that he's supporting some woman in Romania and her daughter. Why did he introduce me to his family? Why did he take me on a trip with his family? Why did he want to meet my children? Why did he want to meet my siblings? Why did he want to buy a house with me? I'm just unlovable. Yes?
Yeah.
She then says, I want to sell my practice, just move somewhere that nobody knows me. Yes? And followed up by,
No, you don't.
I need to sell up. I need to sell my condo. I guess I need to sell that lake house. I don't want it.
Yep.
Then you say, y'all both have pasts. Supporting that woman and her child in Romania is not something he's probably very proud of. Did he tell you about it, or did you have to find out on your own?
Yeah.
She says, I'm not going to contact him. I'm tired of chasing. If he wants me to come, find me. I found out on my
She
own.
did.
He was not honest with me. I asked him who she was when I saw her texting him, and he lied.
Yes.
She then says, I told him I don't mind texting other women as long as they are friends. I have guy friends.
Yes.
And then you guys have a conversation. This is probably about an hour and 27 minutes or so.
Yes.
So then your conversation ends for that day. At some point during your interview with Dr. Elkon, you told Dr. Elkon Suzanne needed a lot of attention and that she was very needy, right?
Yes.
So I want to continue on. This is on to the next day.
But there's a lot more to that context.
Okay, we can get into it in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So on the
They will not get into it.
We're going to continue with the examination. Go ahead.
So on the 21st,
I really
this
like
is
this
at
judge, by the way.
1:31 after your phone call, Suzanne says, thank you for always being there for me. I fuck up so much. I'm tired and I feel so unloved, but I do love myself and I will be strong. Thank you for always loving me and for keep me going. You are the best sister and friend I have. Please don't think bad of David. He's a good guy, but maybe not the guy for me, or maybe he is. I love you. Yes?
Yes.
Bold
You
choice.
say to him, to her, I apologize. I love you. Don't worry. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. Let's get you through the next day or two, and the path will become clear. Ask God to surround you by all of your guardian angels, of which you have many. Mama will be leading the pack and will help guide you.
Yes.
So then Suzanne says a little bit after that,
I agree, Willa.
I don't know when you should contact him. I don't want him to feel attacked. I want him to know it's from love. He is such a good man and he has such a good heart. This is so hard because I know he never meant to hurt me. I really believe he loves me, just doesn't know how to love me. Yes?
Yes.
So I want to ask you about that first sentence. Suzanne asked you to contact him.
In the phone call, I think I volunteered the phone call that we talked.
Okay, you volunteered to
Later.
contact him.
Yeah, I wanted to help. And I was alarmed to hear about this woman, and I wanted to help get to the bottom of it and know, was he going to stop? And did he really love her? And is he the one? And I just wanted to help and see if I could help them, I don't know, be some sort of mediator and see if they could get through it. As I mentioned earlier, I knew friends who had gone through some things and they'd gotten through it and had been very open and loving with their friend group and about everything. And I have had experience in that and saw that it could happen. And so I thought perhaps this could happen too for them.
Did you ultimately end up contacting David?
No.
No. Okay. I want to continue with the text messages.
Okay.
We are at this box right here. You say, don't worry, I'm not calling him, at least not without talking things through with you first. Let's digest all of this and I'll check in on you tomorrow. Love you.
Okay.
Yes?
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Then at some point she modifies her contact for some reason. And then y'all have another phone call in the evening for about 13 minutes. Yes?
Yes.
So then that evening, a little bit after the phone call, Suzanne tells you, can you put in her phone number? I think you have to put 001R code from the US before the numbers. Yes?
Yes.
So this might not work, but
I'm so sorry to pause this for everyone. Josh, do you mind sending me a message on X really quick? Sorry.
it's really small.
I see it.
Whose name is that? Oh my goodness.
Lilia, I don't know if it was Bocan or how you say her last name.
Okay, so at some point she asks you to contact Lilia.
Yes, I actually volunteered not to contact her.
Okay.
I asked her for her contact information.
Okay, did you end up contacting?
Oh, no, it was not to reach out to her. I was looking, as a realtor, we use an app called Forewarn,
Okay.
and it can give me background information on people who, making sure to know where they live.
Is that
and
how
to
you
know
should
if they have
be
a background
using
or anything like that. And
that
so I wanted
app?
to know where she lived. If he was sending money, I was just curious where they lived and where the apartment was.
Okay. So at some point in this conversation that you had with Suzanne on the 21st, she volunteers this information about Lilia to you, and you were going to look her up further. But she also appears to have her phone number as well. Yes.
That Suzanne has her phone number? Yes.
She sent you. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
So on the 21st, continuing on, you talk about the app may only work on US numbers, but I'll see. And this is the app that you were talking about.
Correct.
So she says, okay. You say, any news? She says, can you talk? And then y'all have a conversation for about 10 minutes, yes?
Yes.
So this is later, this is on the 24th. At some point, she sends you a screenshot. Do you know what that was of? Sorry, I gotta.
Okay.
We're getting there. It's pretty small.
It's really blurry up here.
Okay, it's really blurry. It looks like a text conversation, but let's try to read some text messages to see if we can put some context in it. She says this was his response, right?
In that text message that you just screenshotted, that's what you're reading to me now?
This one that is right underneath. So the first one that you can see, the first full box.
Yes, I'm asking, is that what is said in that that screenshot that you had up there?
No, so we can't read it. I can zoom in on it, but I don't think we'll be able to read it. But she's texting you here,
Okay.
24, and she said this was his response.
Okay.
Was that about David, if you recall?
I'm sure he called Hope Powers back. I don't know. I can't say for sure.
That's okay. So she says he responded. I'm sure he called Hope Powers back, and I just sent the text again, and he answered, "Going to eat?" ? And then there's a period in there.
Yes.
She says, "I'm going to leave him alone. I'm going to focus on selling my practice in the condo, and then I'll focus on what I want to do with that lake house. May want to keep it."
Yes.
You reacted to the message, and then you loved another message, and then y'all had another conversation for about an hour or so.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So then on the 24th, Suzanne tells you, please send the PDF on David. Right?
Yes.
What is she referencing?
Where I put David's phone number in that same forewarn app, as I thought, who is this guy and who are these people he's dealing with? This seems like, this is all a surprise to her and someone she's been living with for months. I'm going to look him up as her sister. And so I put him in the forewarn app and sent the report that came out with it.
As her sister, you guys.
So she then says, we're just going to continue on with the text messages.
Sisterly love.
Wow, this is crazy. I found both Lilia Bocan and an Emily Estrada on Facebook. She's from Romania, but they don't look poor? ?
That's right. Because we assumed they were poor because that would be why he was a good guy helping them, not a mistress or someone like that. And so it totally turned everything. We were like, this is a different deal.
Okay. But at this point, you had absolutely no idea why David was allegedly sending Lilia money, right?
No, we thought he was being a kind man sending money to a family who we made it. Like I said, we give everyone the benefit of the doubt. That's how our mom
Yeah, that
and
was
how
a
she taught us
big
to be. So
benefit
we
of the
were
doubt.
trying to hope and pray it was a good reason and that maybe that would become clear. But then when she found it on Facebook, it made us think differently.
So she finds them on Facebook. Does she send you screen captures of the Facebook accounts?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So Suzanne then says, I'm not sure if that's the same person the other day. I did show that picture to David and I said, this is Lily. He said, no, that's not her, but she does have black hair. Suzanne then says, he has not called me, even though I want some answers. I do not know, or I do not want to have to reach out to him. I want to call him, but I know that's probably not the best thing to do, right?
Yes.
So you then say, even if you call him, he's likely not to give you the answers that you seek. If he was, he'd call you as you asked. Take a shower and put on a movie and try to get your mind off of it.
Yes.
Still then, you're being pretty reasonable. Would you agree?
Yes. I'm trying to counsel her and calm her and help her have a good night's rest. Yeah.
So still on the 24th, she says, she being Suzanne, I have decided, Dana, I cannot reach out to him anymore. If he texts me, I'll just respond. We need to talk. I'm so confused. I'm going to relax and watch a movie.
Yes.
She then says, I'm feeling better every day. You and Leslie have helped me so much because I've been able to talk it out.
Yes.
So to confirm, she also talked to Leslie about David and Lilia.
Yes.
At some point, you do call her and okay, then you're talking about real estate. Okay. Then you talk about real estate, and that's essentially the end of your conversation with Suzanne about Lilia and David. Yes. So then
On the text. Yes.
yeah, on the text messages. So I want to get to the calls that you received from Suzanne.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we have it up here. It'll take a second to try and find an exhibit.
Okay.
I really need to clean my brushes. Maybe tomorrow.
So on the night of or I guess very, very, very early morning on the 8th, were you aware of what time Suzanne called 911?
No,
I am
I'm not
now,
aware of
but
it.
Of course, I didn't know then. I mean, I've heard, I've been to the motion hearing and the bond hearing, so I heard a lot of stuff then.
Okay. So you're aware that Suzanne called.
I think this is a appropriate thing to stop the stream for. One of our chatters, and he is actually a mod for me. His name is Josh. His handle is Chuck Norris approved. He actually went to trial. He doesn't live too far away from here and decided to go day 2, and he went yesterday as well. So if you're interested in some context, please jump on over to YouTube and feel free to read the chat.
911 a few times. Not exactly the times, but she called.
I know she called. That's correct.
Were you aware that after she called 911, I would say, I think about 6 minutes after she called 911, she called you?
I didn't know the timing.
Okay. You got phone calls from Suzanne. I think about, let's check. I have it right here. Maybe, okay, 1:15 a.m. Oh, I apologize. I'm looking at 199D. Yes. So she calls you at about 1:15 a.m.
Okay.
If you remember.
I saw the calls the next day, and I remember it being after 1 and before 1:30, but I can't recall exactly the exact.
So from your knowledge from the motions hearing and whatnot, you remember that after she calls you, she then calls 911 again.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Again, I didn't know what order, but yes.
And then she calls you again at around 1:22. Yes?
Yes, I saw that on my phone.
Okay. Did she leave you a
Hold
voicemail?
No.
Let me do this, and then
So-
we're going to look.
I want to get back to what you were saying about the Leslie's birthday party.
Yes.
So you said that was the first time that you had any direct contact with David.
That I'd spent more time in a room with him, but the first time I had contact with him was the Georgia-Florida game at Brogan's restaurant.
And that was November 2nd. Or that weekend.
That's right.
October 31st.
Yeah, first Saturday of November. That could have been November 2nd.
Okay, so then you also told Dr. Elcon that aside from the party that you hadn't had any direct contact with David before that party. So,
Correct.
okay, so you're saying that at the Georgia-Florida game, he was just kind of there and you didn't really interact? Okay.
There was a group of us. We weren't sitting or anything. We were just standing and getting a spot to watch the kickoff. And so, you know how girls will kind of get together and guys will get together. And so Suzanne and I had not seen each other in a while. So we were hanging out together with a couple of our friends.
So on January 17th, I believe that's Leslie's birthday party?
18th.
I'm so sorry. And you said about 30 to 40 people were there.
Rough estimate, yes.
Rough estimate. It sounds like family members.
And friends.
And it was at a barn.
One of Leslie's best friends has a really nice property, and right next to it is, they call it the barn, but it's not an actual barn. It's just a really nice property where they keep things, but they also clear it out, and they have birthday parties and cookouts and things there. It overlooks the marsh, and it's really pretty.
Oh, it sounds really nice. So this 60th birthday party was being held there. It's private. Suzanne's family is there, and this is in St. Simons.
This is actually in Brunswick, just over the bridge on the mainland.
So at the time, you said, let me just make sure. Okay, so on direct, you said that David was kind of pulling her away, and they'd be talking, and then they'd separate and whatnot. I believe you also told Dr. Elcon that he was a bit possessive of her. So, but this is the first time that you've had direct contact with him, and there's about 30 to 40 people at a party. Yes.
Yes.
You just got to give an affirmative because the court reporter is taking notes. 30, 40 people at a party. And David, to your knowledge, is not from St. Simons or Brunswick, right?
Right.
So, I mean, to your knowledge, Suzanne was the only person that he probably knew, right?
True, but we're all super friendly, and everyone walked up and said hello and introduced him, and he could have interacted, and we certainly tried to interact with him. And when I say they weren't sitting over there, he was holding his hand. There was talk, whatever was happening with them. It just seemed off.
Right, and that's the 18th. So that's, I guess. Did Suzanne tell you when she found out about Lilia?
A couple days after this party, she told me about it.
Okay, so she told you about it a few days after, but she didn't tell you when exactly?
She did tell me that she was in a car with him. She didn't tell me the exact date, or maybe she said, I know they were heading to a furniture store, I believe, in a vehicle. And she found a text came in on his phone, and he had said, I think he wanted her to put directions in to the phone. And so she was doing that. A text came in from, I believe, Lilia. And she was like, what is this? And he reached over and was trying to grab the phone from her and wouldn't explain to her what it was. It's nothing, and flew off the handle. And ended up not going to the furniture store. And she was like, just explain to me what it is. And he just wouldn't. And so that's where all that began.
And that information came from Suzanne?
Yes. But she had held it. She was embarrassed. She didn't want to tell me about it. But then it all started coming to a head. And that's when she told me about it. But like she said in her text to me, I was humiliated, and she was heartbroken, and she was hoping beyond hope that they would get through it, and that he would be the person she thought he was.
So just a little bit of a timeline. So the 18th is Leslie's 60th birthday. These conversations kind of started on the 20th.
Yeah.
It's safe to assume, and would you agree with me, that Suzanne found out about Lilia prior to the birthday party?
Yeah, that's what I think some of the talk may have been. I don't really know. But yes, and she told me about it. I think maybe that long phone call that we had could have been when she told me the details.
So you'd agree with me in saying it's quite possible that David was in an uncomfortable environment, and he's quibbling with Suzanne about this Lilia chick. So he may be uncomfortable.
Maybe, but she painted him as someone who was also the life of the party. This is not the person we saw who she described. You know, she loved being, you know, when she went down to his family, they had a good time and she thought, you know, it was all great. But that was not a person that she described sitting in that room.
And you said, I apologize, Suzanne never told you about any physical abuse that David allegedly committed against
No,
her. And David never likewise told you about any sort of sexual abuse that David did against Suzanne.
no.
I'd like to ask you about February 2nd, 2025. So at some point early in the morning, and you talked about this with Dr. Elcon, that you missed a call from Suzanne and that you knew that she was in the emergency room.
I did not know she was in the emergency room, no.
Okay, so that must have,
Just
never mind.
probably a missed call. That would happen in the, I believe, the heat of the moment. And I would call her back the next day and she would say, oh, it was a butt dial. But I knew in my heart that it wasn't, because by the morning, she would have gotten a clearer head and then she would be embarrassed and not want to tell me what happened. Because by then, you know, they had, you know, sort of made up. And again, she was trying to paint him in the light to us that he was a good guy.
You also said, so I guess you got a call from her then, and Suzanne said it was a butt dial. You also got a call from Suzanne on or about February 16th or 17th, 2025, and that was the day that she was arrested for DUI, yes?
I did not get a call that night that I recall. Perhaps, but I don't recall that.
Okay. Well,
Hey guys, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up button or on X,
I think Mary Madden did, but
Like-
not me, I don't think.
share,
well, it's fine.
comment.
You don't recall?
In fact, I was out of town that weekend and I would have called to make
I'm
sure she was
trying to
okay
make things
and reached
happen.
out to her. And we did not speak that weekend or text back and forth. I was, you know, with some friends and I think I would remember that.
Okay.
But I do know that Mary Madden had a missed call from her.
You did say, though, on direct that David surprised her that weekend. So this is the weekend of the 17th, that she told you, or you were aware that David surprised her.
I don't know exactly which weekend, but when it happened, he's like, he surprised me. I'm going to go over to the lake next weekend. And I thought, okay.
Were you aware that David only came because Suzanne lied to David about a medical issue she had been having?
Mm-mm.
No further questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You can, you're excused. You can remain in the gallery, go back to business.
Wow.
I'll come up real quick.
I'll go up.
So yeah, if you guys are watching over on YouTube, please make sure to comment, give some love to that stream because it's definitely struggling since I added X
We're
today.
going to do one more witness and then take a lunch break. Thank you.
People must be hungry. Hi, Jess. Wow, Josh. I sent a message over to Nick Ricada to see if he wants to jump on. He did a stream earlier, so I don't know if he's going to take me up on the opportunity. Oh, he's not home. He wants to, but he's not home. So,
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Welcome. Come on up. If you would raise your right hand, you swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you so much. You can have a seat. Speaking in the microphone. If you would state your full legal name.
Anthony David Kavanaugh.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kavanaugh, can you tell the jury how you are employed? I work for Hall County Fire Rescue as a firefighter paramedic.
EMS.
Firefighter paramedic. And how long have you been working with Hall County? About 9.5 years. 9.5 years. In your current position, I think I heard you said firefighter paramedic? Yes. Okay. Can you explain to the jury and talk to them about, for lack of a better term, the different levels of emergency personnel within the fire department? So I am a FAO, which is a fire apparatus operator. So in layman's terms, I drive a fire truck. I also hold the certification of paramedic, which I can ride on the ambulance as the lead personnel. As far as the EMS side goes, you have a EMTB, an EMTA, and a paramedic. So you have a basic, advanced, and then paramedic. So the majority of the people that work for Hall County, we're pretty much all of us almost, are advanced EMTs at least, and then you can go further education.
Is there, when you're hired by Hall County Fire Department, is there a training that they'll put you through before they ever put you onto a med unit or an ambulance?
Yes. So we have a recruit school. So we have our own fire school. So we do all of our fire training, and then
There have been times we've had our own EMT program, and then there have been times where we use other agencies like Linear Tech to house our EMS program.
And was that training that you went through?
I went through Linear Tech for my EMTB and EMTA, and then Faithful Guardian for my paramedic.
Faithful Guardian,
which is an EMT school or EMS school.
EMS school. And is that done in order to rise to the level or be promoted to paramedic?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the early morning of March 8th, 2025. Okay. You know the dates that I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
And specifically responding to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive in Gainesville.
Yes.
Okay. At that time, okay, so a little over a year ago, what role or position did you hold within the fire department?
Paramedic.
Paramedic. Okay. So
wouldn't this juror that's refusing to deliberate, wouldn't they be like held in contempt, or could that result in a mistrial? We're getting to the closing statements, but we have a little bit to catch up on. So
March 8th, 2025, you've already gone through the training, EMTB, EMTA, and then further training, be paramedic.
Yes.
Okay. For this particular call out to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive, what was your role during that call in terms of responsibilities, duties?
I was the lead medic on scene.
Lead medic on scene.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report? Okay. Judge, permission for free reign?
Thank you, sir.
Uh-oh. My dog got
I'm not gonna,
locked over there. Give me 1 second, guys.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the information contained in the report. I know we're talking about something that happened over a year ago. I'm sure you guys get plenty of calls. So if at any point you just need to refresh your recollection, take a beat, and then we can talk about it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, I want to turn to page 4 of this report. Okay. And can you tell the jury what time your med unit, and is med unit another word for what we would think of as ambulance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did your med unit arrive on scene at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive?
It's 1:27 and 49 seconds.
Okay. And then is this a situation where you immediately arrived on scene and then entered the residence, or did something else happen?
So as far as the on-scene time goes, it's pretty much you pull up to the house, put the truck in park, press on scene.
Okay, on scene. And then is there a different data point for when you actually get to the patient?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time did you actually get to the patient?
The patient arrival time was 1:28 and 32 seconds.
So in this instance, we're talking about less than a minute in between arriving on scene and getting up to the patient.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you remember where patient was located at the scene?
Upstairs bedroom on the right, directly behind the door.
I want to talk to you a little bit about rigor mortis. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what rigor mortis is?
Rigor mortis is when the body, you go into cardiac arrest, and after a certain period of time, roughly 1 to 6 hours, then the body starts to harden. Like it just becomes, everything becomes stiff. First thing that becomes stiff is typically your jaw, but eventually everything will be stiff as a board, essentially.
Okay. Is it possible for somebody to die and then their body not to experience or develop rigor mortis?
To my knowledge, no.
Let me talk to you a little bit about lividity. Okay. Similarly, can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
So lividity is the pooling of blood. So after we pass away, heart stops beating, gravity takes effect, all the blood just seeps down wherever gravity's taking it, and then you'll have like bruising on the body, which usually takes anywhere from 20, 30 minutes to 2 hours.
Okay.
Alexa, thank you for the floating heart.
In an instance where somebody has placed a 911 call at 110, 111, and then you're at the patient by 128, it's at least possible that the onset of this lividity could be happening.
Okay, yeah.
And again, I guess is lividity, unlike rigor mortis, sort of more dependent upon the position the body is in after sustaining some sort of injury?
The evidence of lividity, yes, like what you see. So if you're laying on your stomach, then I would expect to see lividity all over your chest wall and stomach and everything.
Again, that's essentially a discoloration of what we would normally expect a body to look like.
Yes, sir.
Okay. PEA, you're familiar with the acronym?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what PEA is?
PEA is pulseless electrical activity. So after the heart stops beating, there's a lack of oxygen, or PEA is due to a lack of oxygen or volume loss, so loss of blood. After the heart stops beating, you have electrical impulses that are still flowing through the heart, but it is not creating an actual contraction. So there's no palpable pulse, meaning when you check for a pulse, you can't feel anything.
Would it be fair to describe it sort of, the heart is thinking that it should pump or beat, but it simply lacks the physical capability. So it's sending these signals out, beat, pump, but it just no longer, because of loss of blood or whatever injury, possesses the actual physical capability to perform that function.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about when you get up to the patient in the bedroom, okay? Did you check for a pulse?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, how did you do that?
When we found the patient, he was laying on his stomach. We rolled him to his back, checked for a carotid pulse, no more than 10 seconds, and then you immediately start CPR.
You remember, let me ask you this, do you remember the body was light, heavy?
He's a heavy guy, he's a big guy.
Okay. I think, did you have to, eventually, we're jumping ahead a little bit, but let me go ahead and ask you, eventually, did you transport the patient from the bedroom to the med unit?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you use to do that?
It's called a mega mover, which is basically a tarp with handles.
Okay.
Mega mover?
Was the decision to use that due
Dang.
in some part or all part just to the size of the patient that you were dealing with?
The mega mover was determined by the layout of the house. So typically we would use a backboard, but because the stairwell, there was a turn, then it would make it a little bit more difficult. So we chose to use a mega mover.
Gotcha. Okay. So can't detect a pulse. And then did you have any equipment with you that's also used to detect rhythms?
Yes, we had our cardiac monitor.
Okay. And the cardiac monitor, that can detect all sorts of different rhythms, right?
Yes.
And rhythm, can you explain to the jury what a rhythm is?
So a rhythm is the electrical pathway that your heart uses to make a contraction. So you'll have typically, what we all hopefully have is normal sinus rhythm.
And the monitor that then are looking for the results, is the monitor able to differentiate whether this is, a regular rhythm, I think VTAC, PEA, anything like that?
Yes. When we attach the pads to the patient, it's a manual interpretation. So it's what we see. We can use a function on the monitor to then get its assessment, but the PEA that we're describing here is our manual interpretation.
And by that, do you mean observing the results that you're seeing on the cardiac monitor in addition to other observations like not being able to feel a pulse?
Yes. So the monitor indicated that the heart had electrical currency running through it, but without a pulse, it is called PEA.
Okay. Now, the body of the patient that you were dealing with, was it warm to the touch when you got up there? Okay. Was there any rigor mortis that it set in?
No.
Was any lividity set in?
No.
What do you know the rate of PEA, the PEA rhythm that was detected?
23.
Okay. Were all of these factors, because was it you who had the responsibility of whether to transport the patient to the hospital or not?
Yes.
Okay. Were all of these factors that you just described, did those go into your decision to transport the patient to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Are there some situations or some calls that you respond to where you don't transport the patient?
Yes.
And simply the patient and the patient's body is left on scene and you guys return to service?
Yes.
But at least for this instance, there were enough factors where you felt that the right decision was to transport?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be consistent with the patient having recently received the injury that you guys were dealing with treating, recently received in connection with your arrival time to the scene?
I don't understand.
Okay. The condition of the patient's body,
yes,
right, as you arrive on scene, is that consistent with a body that's recently received the traumatic injury?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Everybody hold tight. The witness clear, and we'll take a lunch break. I will see everyone at 1:30. Let's hold for the witness to be excused. Thank you.
Okay, good deal. We're moving right along. Next witness is going to be her son. Her being Suzanne. That is her right here. We are in a 2-story courtroom. So that has made it a bit challenging to see the pieces of evidence throughout the trial.
The testimony you're about to provide before this court and the matter pending before it shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Get a little bit closer to that microphone just so everybody can hear you. Okay. Can you state your full name, please?
McLean Harrison Cole.
And how do you know the defendant, Miss Suzanne Mericle?
Dr. Miracle is my mother.
I want to talk to you about 4238 Bay Ridge Drive. Okay. Do you know the residence I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity or an occasion to actually live there?
I did.
Okay. And we're going to get into it a little bit later, but approximately how long did you live there?
Roughly like 3 weeks or so. Just 3 or 4 weeks, depending on time.
Okay. And that would have been when?
That would have been moving in on January 2nd, technically, and then moving out sometime in late January. I don't know the specific date I left.
Of what year?
Of 2025.
2025. Okay. So last January.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures. If you'll just look at these, and then when you're done looking at them, let me ask you some questions. Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in those pictures?
Yes, it's the kitchen entrance area, pantry area.
Okay. Of
4238 Bay Ridge.
And do these pictures accurately and truly reflect the way the kitchen area and pantry area appeared at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive?
Yes.
Judge, move to tender defendant's exhibit 82, 83, 84.
Admitted.
Can you just describe for the jury what we're looking at here in defendant's 82?
Sure. So on the right side is the front door to the home. And then as you pan to the left, stairway that goes down to basement level. Staircase obviously goes up to the top floor. Then you have the fridge to the left of the stairs. And then where the microwave is, there's a pantry area back there with other cabinets.
Okay. So if we're looking like through sort of that archway and you see a microwave.
Right.
Okay. That's
the pantry.
Where's the pointer? This what you're talking about, pantry area?
Yes.
And in defendant's 83, what do we see here?
To see more of the kitchen area. The fridge would be more to the right, but then you can just see more clearly the pantry, and then that door and the pantry room leads to the garage, but just more of the kitchen.
So this door leads where?
To the garage.
Okay. And then through this archway, where would we be going into?
Into the pantry.
Okay. I was trying to figure out
I'm going to play you a portion
this
of a body
juror
cam.
situation
Okay. Just
before
watch
we
it. Make sure it's clean.
play the closing arguments. I'm kind
I
of
would just go
at a
all the way
loss.
down.
Like I'm
Just to be safe.
what?
We're going to play from 7:57 of this body cam till about 8:12 of the body cam. So just a 15-second
kickback.
snippet. If you'll pay attention, and I'm going to have some questions. Okay. And Judge, just for purposes of the record, this is a body cam video from, I think, is it Sergeant, Lieutenant Feraldo? We had previously discussed this with the state and they didn't have any objection to us putting this body cam into this witness without sort of the normal procedures that we would have done with Lieutenant Feraldo. So again, that was about 7:57 to 8:12 of his body cam. Do you recognize the room depicted in this body cam?
Yes, I do.
And that room
That's
is
the pantry.
In that body cam, did you notice any keys laying on top of any of the counters?
I did not pick up on any keys in the video.
Ooh, so this like
Judge, at this time we moved to tender defendant's 87, which is Lieutenant Feraldo's body cam video.
No objection, Judge.
this basically says that
Rich, with some more pictures. Again, same process. Take a look. Let me know when you're done.
here, I'm going to let them finish that. I think that this combats Evan, which was Mr. Barron's son. So Evan said that
Do these appear to be still shots from that body cam that we just watched?
Sorry?
Do they appear to be still shots or screenshots?
They do.
Yes.
the extra keys were like visible and she could have used
Judge, at
those
this
keys to
time,
leave.
I would move to admit defendants 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, and 81.
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
And if I could get the Elmo again, Judge. Going to show you and go over with you what's been labeled Defendant's Exhibit 78, okay? On that countertop, in the pantry, do you see any sets of keys anywhere?
I don't think I see any keys in this photo.
And again, in Defendant's Exhibit 80, a slightly different angle, same question. In that pantry, on the countertop, do you see any sets of keys visible?
I don't see any keys in this photo.
Yeah. So this is
I want to talk to you a little bit about the neighborhood of 4238 Bay Ridge Drive, okay? Judge, again, at this time I move to admit or tender Defendant's Exhibit 86, which I believe the court's authorized to take judicial notice of. It's a Google map.
but why would
Printout.
the
just
defense
showing
bring up this witness?
travel route from 4238 Bay Ridge Drive to Parks Bridge Road, which is the nearest main intersection. So we move to admit that.
No objection.
Okay, so I'll accept it into evidence. That's fine. And then, do you need anything else from me?
Not this one.
Okay.
Take a look at this. Now, when you were living at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive, what were you doing there?
Well, living there, but working remotely.
What was your daily sort of day-to-day routine?
Get up 6 or so, and then work till about 7, and then just make dinner. And pretty boring.
And then would you stay there Monday through Friday, Monday through Saturday, Sunday to Sunday?
Yeah, usually Thursdays I would drive down to Atlanta and see my friends from college that still live in Atlanta.
Okay.
Then come back late Sunday night or something.
Okay. So we drive to and from house to Atlanta, other places, and back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The map that I showed you, does that fairly and accurately depict the route that you would take to get to the lake house if you were turning off of Parks Bridge Road?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you have permission to publish this?
Yes.
This road right here, which road is this?
Clark's Bridge? Clark's Bridge, is that what it says? I'm bad at remembering names of roads, but
Can you see it on there?
Clark's Bridge?
Yep.
Clark's something.
Okay. And then do you remember the name of the road that you would turn off of to get to the lake house neighborhood?
Yeah, I'll double check myself, but C. Rogers, I think it is.
And that's sort of this main road right there, right?
Right, it's the main road off of that. It takes you to the lake house.
Does it dead end into the neighborhood of 4238 Bay Ridge?
It does, yes.
So is 4238 Bay Ridge Drive, this little piece of road right here.
Yes, it's near where your pin is, yeah.
Did you ever have opportunity to travel this route at night?
Multiple times, like, yeah, before work or after work.
When it was dark out?
It was dark out, yeah.
And inside the neighborhood, let me talk to you a little bit about this. Inside the neighborhood, how many houses are there?
Let's see, roughly 9 homes, 8 homes. I'm not entirely sure.
Starting from when you turn onto Bay Ridge Drive?
When you turn on, I think there's 1 or 2 houses to the right of the 4238 Bay Ridge.
So up this way?
No, when you turn onto Bay Ridge Drive, there's like 2 homes before 4238 on the right, and then a couple after that.
And then when we get down to 4238 Bay Ridge, is there a house? If you're looking at the house, is there a house to the right?
There's a house to the right.
House across the street?
Yes.
And then are there any houses, if you're facing the house, to the left of the house?
Facing the house, I think there's 2 homes to the left of it, not including the one that's directly across from it.
For the period of time that you were living there, did you ever see anybody occupying the house across the street?
I never saw anybody in that house.
Did you ever see any cars going into the house?
No.
The time that you're living there, which again is January 2025, did you have any interactions with any neighbors?
No interactions, just saw the neighbor that lived to the right, maybe less than a handful of times, a couple times.
Okay. And again, were you working from home?
I was working from home, yeah.
So the majority of the time that you're in Hall County, would it be fair to say was spent at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And the only neighbors that you ever saw were from the house to the right if you're facing the house?
Correct.
So never saw any of the people that occupied houses to the left?
I do recall seeing a couple cars after a week or two there, and I didn't even know there was a house there, but I never would see them often.
No interactions with them?
No interactions with them, no.
Not even a wave?
I don't think so, no.
Now,
Wild.
Prior to coming to court today, did you have the opportunity to review a video?
I did.
Okay. And what did that video depict?
The video depicted this Bay Ridge Drive and C. Rogers Road, or Drive, I'm not sure, but just at nighttime.
At nighttime? When it was dark out?
When it was dark out.
Okay. Did
At
that
night.
video truly and accurately capture and depict what it would look like to travel from 4238 Bay Ridge Drive all the way up to C. Rogers Road and then on to C. Rogers Road?
Yes, it would show.
It feels wrong to skip
During
his
night when it's
testimony,
dark
but it's
Right.
boring.
And Judge, at this time, we would move to tender Defendant's Exhibit 85, which is the video that we're talking about.
I think the
Right now.
attorney just really needs to make his point.
Admitted.
Permission to publish that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to skip, but today, Junior. And we can't see it. So we have to rely on them giving us a description of what's on screen. It sucks for the media. So that was really cool that Josh actually got to attend IRL and probably see the evidence. Is that it? So I think the point is that it's very long and very dark. But I don't see any packs of dogs. I don't know. You guys tell me if you've ever had to be concerned about packs, wild, vicious packs of dogs. Hey there. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Heidel.
I'll pause for just a moment here just to talk about. So this portion that we've just seen, which road is this?
Bay Ridge Drive.
Okay. And then Bay Ridge Drive is what, again, leads to C. Rogers, which is the only street out of the neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah, so like I said, it's just very dark. Yeah, the whole dog thing was a very bizarre very, very bizarre thing to say by the defendant. I need to take some Tylenol, but not Tylenol, Advil. Oh, I know why. It's like 77 degrees today, and it's going to become, it's going to get down to the 40s overnight. So my head's probably feeling all the pressure.
And at the point that the video ends, is that still C. Rogers Road?
It would still be C. Rogers Road.
Okay. And does C. Rogers Road continue on to look like that until you get to the intersection?
Yes, and leaving it and then go uphill from there. But yeah, same thing.
I want to talk to you about the first time you ever went to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive. Okay. Do you remember when that was?
That was Christmas Eve of 2024.
I think we could guess what the purpose was, but could you tell the jury a little bit more about why you went there?
Sure, it was for us all to celebrate Christmas together.
And who was we?
It was myself, my sister, brother, both of their partners, I guess the sister-in-law and sister's boyfriend, and then my mom and David.
Because you're one of three siblings?
One of three siblings.
Okay. Are you the oldest?
I'm the middle child.
Okay. Who's the oldest?
Mills is the oldest.
Okay. So was Mills's wife there?
Mills's wife was there.
Okay. And then you're the middle child.
The middle child.
And then who's the youngest?
And Mary Madden is the youngest.
Mary Madden.
We
her
are
boyfriend
skipping
was there.
Mary Madden's
Okay. And then
testimony.
your mom
My mom.
and Mr. Barron.
Right.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've ever been
First time I've ever been to
this
that house.
Okay. What, if anything, stood out to you as odd or out of the ordinary during that trip?
So a couple of things stood out that were odd. My mom was kind of in like a more reserved, almost like submissive personality or way of acting, and that's like really different than as I've known her to act. And then there were several things. And then also night one, so usually Christmas time or really any holiday or when we're all together, we love to play games, board games. And we like everybody to get involved. And David was not able to play really, couldn't really like even speak at a certain point of Christmas Eve because he hadn't drank so much and was like almost falling asleep, it seemed. But it was really early in the night.
What?
So that was kind of just like immediately really weird.
Is this the first time that all of your mom's kids, children, you, your brother, and your sister have been together to spend time with her and Mr. Barron?
That was the first time all of us were together.
Oof.
What else seemed off or out of the ordinary to you?
Yeah, I mean, just overall, how my mom was acting was weird. And
what do you mean by that?
For example, like there was, before we played board games, David, Mr. Barron, he wanted some ice cream. My mom said, sure, I'll get some as well. And it was almost like him like telling her to finish all of it. It was not just like, it was a lot of ice cream for someone to be served that. And also my mom had like a lot of gastrointestinal issues the past like couple of years and probably should not have been doing that. And it was almost like he was, I don't know, telling her to like finish all this ice cream. And that was prior to him becoming like almost nonverbal. That kind of started out the weekend. Just a really weird state for me. So.
Okay. And how long did you end up spending at 4238 Bay Ridge Drive this trip?
So I left the day after Christmas on the 26th.
On the 26th. Okay. And then when did you next return?
So I came back on January 2nd. I spent New Year's in Atlanta and then came back to the lake house on the 2nd.
And the purpose for coming back to the lake house on the 2nd was what?
So they had said, I could work remotely there and live in the basement bedroom. And so I said, sure, sounds great.
Like for real.
So that was my like move-in date, if you will.
Okay. When you returned to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive on January 2nd of Was it 2025?
2025.
Was anybody there at the lake house?
No, it was just me.
Okay. Do you know where your mom and Mr. Barron were?
I knew they were on St. Simon's for New Year's because they had both told me that. So we talked about plans and whatnot.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your mom's hearing ability. Okay. Can you tell the jury how long your mom has had difficulties with her hearing?
Sure. So as long as I can remember, she's always had trouble hearing. Like we would pick restaurants that were, more, I guess, quieter than others. Otherwise, I knew she would not be able to hear us, or we'd be able to have a real conversation.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, and then she got her implant in, which I know helps. And she had another hearing aid that she would supplement with the implant, but has had really bad hearing issues for as long as I can recall.
Let me talk to you a little bit. So what efforts would you have to undertake to make sure she could either hear you exactly, certainly, make sure that she was understanding precisely what you were saying?
Sure. So, I mean, even like in the car with her, like it can be like a ton of extra music or like loud music because you wouldn't be able to talk to her. And then in restaurants, we walk in, ask for a table, and there's like loud music, and it's like, we're trying to catch up or actually have a chat. Like
that's what it's like with older people.
Or it would just not be a fruitful conversation.
Probably get away with a lot. Say, Mom, I told you this. Mom can't hear you. Nice, wholesome content over here.
I'm going to show you a couple of documents, and then you let me know if they look familiar to you, okay?
Let's see if this is good, or else I swear we're going to start closing arguments.
Yes, they do.
Okay. What's depicted in these documents?
These are texts between myself and my mom.
Okay. And are these true and accurate copies of the text message conversation you had with your mom starting on March 7th?
They are.
Ooh.
So
Day
this time, under
before.
Defendant's Exhibit 74.
No objection.
That's collectively 74.
Yes, this is all 74.
Admitted.
Counselor, this is all we really wanted to hear.
And if I could, thank you, Judge. Who's in the blue? Is that you or your mom?
That's me in the blue.
Well, we're not going to be able to see it anyway, so I'm going to keep the screen the same.
So you reach out to her just with a sup madre.
That's me, yes.
And let her know at Cole's B-Day party.
Yep, that's still me. Yep.
And can you see what time it is that you're letting her know that you're at Cole's B-Day party?
8:46 p.m.
And then you get a response from her at what time?
8:48.
And Cole question mark, give Ash.
Yeah, she meant to say 5 Ash there, but I knew what she meant, I think.
Well, does that later get clarified?
That later gets clarified, yes. So, yeah. So there's clarification.
Because she's asking you, at what time is she asking you whose birthday?
It says 10 p.m.
Okay, it is 5:26. If we have not,
And then it looks like she shares with you or sends you some sort of Facebook link.
Yes, but I don't recall what the link was.
And you remember the time that she sent that Facebook link to you?
I do remember getting it. Obviously, it says 11 p.m. there, 11:01 p.m.
11:01 p.m.
it's timestamped, sir.
And then you don't respond to her after the 11:01 p.m. text until the next day,
Right,
March 8th. And you tell her, mother, no, my friend Cole, I went to his wedding in Mexico.
right.
The ATL Foodies people.
Yeah, the ATL Foods people, but yeah,
And what time was that message at?
7:25 a.m.
When you text your mom, would it be unusual to not get a response for hours on end?
That would be pretty unusual.
Is that why you send
Okay.
a text at 2:46 just with mother question mark on March 8th, 2025?
It is because that morning I had gone to play pickleball and then came back and hadn't heard from her yet. So I sent that after lunch.
Okay, guys.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Oh, perfect.
I just have a few questions.
Why?
I just wanted to put back up some of the defense exhibits.
We're almost there.
So this is, we'll do defense 78. Let's see if I get this right.
Wild dogs,
Nope.
perhaps.
Here we go. So this is defense 78. I'm going to zoom out so you can see it a little bit better. So this was the pantry, correct?
Correct.
And there are like drawers here, correct?
There are.
And then
For what it's
this
worth.
isn't a great view, but this is defense 79. There's also like cabinets and then some drawers over here, correct?
There are cabinets over there, yeah.
Are you familiar if someone says like, I have a junk drawer in my house?
I'm familiar.
So just kind of like a drawer where you just throw all the stuff you don't really know what to do with and you put it in a drawer. Correct.
Sure.
Do you know what was in any of these drawers?
I can't recall what were in the drawers on the left.
And these?
I can't recall what were in those drawers, no.
How about like the cabinets and stuff over here? Do you know what was in those?
Yes.
What was in those?
There's a Swiffer jet in there.
Okay.
What?
Swiffer jet fluid. Just like cleaning supplies.
And then like defense is 77. You get just like a little bit better. There's like the drawers up here and then there's also like cabinets down there, right?
Right. I think those are just cabinets, yeah.
Yeah. And you have no idea what's in any of those drawers, correct?
I can't recall what's in them.
Okay. Did you know, you mentioned the Christmas party that you were all at. Sorry, microphone, give me one sec. You mentioned the Christmas party that you were all at. Were you, I honestly just, I don't know if you mentioned it, so I apologize if you did. Were you already living in the house at that point?
I was not living at the house at that point.
When did you move in?
I moved in on, I guess you could say January 2nd,
So right after the new year?
right after the new year, yeah.
So you were there for Christmas Eve was when the Christmas party was. And then I think you said you left the day after Christmas and then moved in on the 2nd.
Correct.
Did your mom tell you about the Christmas basket she got from the neighbors next door on the 28th?
I didn't
No,
remember
tell
seeing the
us.
basket, but I don't remember really much about it.
Did she tell you about how there was a nice note in it that gave them their names and welcome to the neighborhood and their address?
There was a basket, but I never talked to my mom about the basket.
Okay. And I want to show you, when you were living at the lake house, you were unemployed, correct?
I was employed like maybe days before the move-in or days right after the move-in.
Well,
But
David was helping you find a job, was he not?
I would not say he was helping me find a job. No,
No?
that's not accurate.
I'm going to show you. What's the mark? What are we at, Naz?
I believe we're at 270.
I'll double this. Are you sure?
What? Did David say that he was helping
Are you
this
sure?
kid find a job? Like he's some
270?
humanitarian.
Okay.
Wait. That's 270, 275. I believe 276.
I'm going to show you states
The
276.
dude was personally funding two women
recognize this
from
text
Romania to come to America, $3,500 a month for rent. I mean,
I did recognize this exchange.
Is this some text exchange between you and your mom?
Yes.
Judge, I moved to tender states 276 into evidence.
Okay.
Judge, if I could have the screen again.
I'm not going to speak
So
ill.
this was sent on in December of 2024. You said, is this you saying thank you, mother?
That's me.
You said, thank you, mother. Geez, wowzers, I love you. I will keep you updated with what happens with the job. Love you, right?
Still me, yes.
And then she says, spend wisely. I want you to relax. You are wonderful, smart, handsome, the best and kindest human being I know. David thinks so highly of you. He is always available to talk, correct?
This is correct, yeah.
And then you said, I am, mother. I love you. Thank you. Thankful you have David in your life, correct?
Correct.
Everyone was, and she didn't tell them anything.
No further questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You remain in the
Oh my
gallery.
God.
Thank you. You're excused.
Okay. All right. Cool. Cool.
Mary Madden Bishop.
We're not doing this. I watched some of it earlier, and it was literally the daughter talking about text messages about her ear hurting. There was nothing in there of value. I
Seated.
promise.
Welcome back. Appreciate your patience.
This is a one and done.
Defense has rested, and the state has an opportunity to present additional evidence called rebuttal. This is obviously a very real case. This is the way you do it in the real world. State,
State recalls Beth Barron to the stand.
come on up.
This is his ex-wife. Number one.
Welcome back. You've been previously sworn. Thank you.
We never heard from number two.
So you, I want to kind of recap a little bit. When did you meet Mr. Barron?
I met David in college. It was 77.
So 1977.
1977. Yeah.
And then you dated for how many years before you were married?
We dated about 2 years.
And then you were married for 23 years?
22 years.
22 years. So at this point, how many years have you known David? Have you known David?
About 50.
And we talked a little bit about it before. After you and David divorced, did you remain friends with him?
I did.
How would you describe your relationship with him after? Like, were you close? Did you just kind of say hello on holidays? Like, what was that relationship like?
We talked
Hi, Zach.
often, and we usually talked about the kids and the events that we were about to have. And we just had a good relationship, a friendly, good relationship.
And in the 50 years that you were friends or married to David, were you able to formulate an opinion as to his character for peacefulness?
Absolutely.
What is your opinion as to his character for peacefulness?
David is probably the kindest, sweetest man that I've ever known.
Objection.
Okay.
That's the response.
That's it. Cool. Here we go. Let's enter closing arguments. Woo! I don't know what that was. It just felt like it needed something. Something, a little something.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Have you guys hit the thumbs up button
Good
or
morning,
the
everyone.
like
Appreciate
button
your
yet?
attention,
Please do that.
timeliness. We'll start with the state. State, when ready.
Share.
Hey, Judge, may I have the, oh, sorry, I need to put my laptop in, and then may I have the monitor?
Commenting actually helps a lot, even if it's just an emoji, like what Zach's doing, just coming in here to say like something randomly insulting and then just leaving. Like that helps a lot. The Swedish. Oh, the sweetest thing.
Should I have it up on mine? I'm not sure why it's not coming up on.
Girl, get it together.
There we go.
No excuses.
March 7th, 2025 was the last day that Evan Barron talked to his dad. March 7th, 2025 was the last day that James David Barron spent on this earth. March 7th, 2025, after months and months of spiraling, after months and months of unhinged behavior, and after months and months of getting more and more obsessive and out of control, on March 7th of 2025, this defendant snapped for the last time.
Lynn, thank you for the
Started
jewels.
off fine, like any other day, but just like the many times in the last months and months and months, this defendant started another argument with David. And it was the same argument that she had been starting since December. Lilia. Since the day that the defendant found out about Lilia back in December, her relationship with David Barron didn't stand a chance. And I want you ladies and gentlemen to understand reasonably so. I don't think anybody faults the defendant for feeling upset and angry when she found out that her boyfriend was sending money to a woman in a different country and paying her daughter's rent. That's not what we're here to talk about. I don't want there to be any confusion about the fact that nobody liked David sending money to Lilia. His family didn't like it. His kids didn't like it. His ex-wife didn't like it. That's not the issue that we're here to talk about.
Very
is whether
much
or not
appreciated.
She had a right to be angry at David for sending money to Lilia. The question is how she handled the news of Lilia. That's why we're here. Because she didn't leave him. She didn't break up with him. She wanted to stay with him. She wanted to try and fix things. Great. That's her decision. She wants to stay with Mr. Barron. She loves Mr. Barron. She's so desperate and needy for love, and she feels like Mr. Barron is the love of her life, and so she wants to try and fix things with David. And so she finds out about Lilia, and she decides that she wants to stick it out, but at what cost? At what cost does this defendant go through to stick it out with David Barron? Constant questions, constant insecurities, constant arguments, constant fights, constant anger, constant aggression.
She's not wrong.
Reaching out to everybody about Lilia. Lilia was a secret to nobody in the defendant's world. She reached out to David's son. She reached out to David's ex-wife. She reached out to her sister Dana. She reached out to her sister Leslie. She reached out to Jen, to Jessica, to McLean, to Judy, to Mike. Anybody that would listen to her complain about Lilia heard about it.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
The obsession ran deeper than just the complaints to her friends and family because she took to Facebook. She found Lilia on Facebook. She found Lilia's daughter on Facebook. She's messaging them. She's somehow getting their phone numbers. She's calling them. She's getting her sister to try and call them. She's looking at who Lilia's following on Facebook to see how many men are following her. She's getting her sister to use her real estate business to try and look things up about Lilia, to try and look things up about her daughter, to try and look things up about David. This
It sounds
obsession
like
was so
someone-
under her skin that it was literally all she thought about.
this sounds like someone in the X sphere that we have been tiptoeing around who has been doing the same exact thing. If you know, you know.
It was all she talked about. It was all she argued with David about. It was all she ever wanted to talk about with anyone who was willing to listen. And she became unhinged. And that unhinged jealousy was not new to David, and it was not new to the defendant. Because before Lilia, there was Laura. And after Laura, there was Meg. And then came Lilia, and she just had a new reason to start fights with David Barron. She had a new reason to yell at David Barron. She had a new reason to focus her anger and her aggression and her obsession on Lilia. And so that brings us to the night of March 7th. And David did what he always did when this defendant would start a fight about Lilia. Remove himself. Over and over and over again. December 28th, went to a hotel. January 4th, went to a hotel. February 1st, tried to go to a hotel, wasn't allowed to get in and get his stuff. He was trying to leave, she wouldn't let him. February 16th, locks himself upstairs in the guest bedroom. March 7th, locks himself upstairs in the guest bedroom. And this defendant did what she always did. She got angry, she got obsessive, she got unhinged, and she spiraled for the last time on March 7th. So David goes upstairs, he's in the bedroom, and she goes and gets her Glock. She goes and gets her Glock, she walks up the stairs, she gets the gun, 6 inches away from the door. She points, she listens, she aims, and she fires, and Mr. Barron's dead. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, but we know that she was yelling threats to David before she fired that gun. Why do we know that? Because Mr. Barron is cowering behind a wall just on the other side of that locked door.
I always get on the
From this
jumbotron.
defendant. What is she screaming? I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to kill you. There's no telling what she's screaming. She's screaming something that's scary enough for Mr. Barron to feel the need to be literally hiding behind the wall, behind the locked door of the guest bedroom. So she gets in. She sees Mr. Barron face down in a pool of his own blood. And now she knows she's in trouble. That's where the cover-up begins. And now the defendant is in self-preservation mode. She sees Mr. Barron. She reaches down, checks his pulse. Gets blood all over her hands. She doesn't feel the pulse. She knows she needs a defense now. She knows she's in trouble. So what does she do? She goes and gets Mr. Barron's gun. And we're going to talk about why the evidence proves that that gun was never in the possession of David Barron that night. Why that gun was never in that bedroom until the defendant went and got it.
They
with
haven't
wet
done a
hands and
good
put it in
job
there.
proving that.
And how do we know that? She goes and gets the gun. She walks. And keep in mind, Mr. Barron's body is not here anymore because the paramedics have already taken him away. He's like right there. She has to step over his dead body, through his blood with her bloody footprints to the bed. She gets the holster, unsnaps the holster, takes the gun out of the holster, walks back over to Mr. Barron's body. She knows she needs a defense. What's the most easy defense for her to think of? I'm going to make it look like he was firing this gun back at me. So she gets his Beretta. She bends down at a low angle, no more than 12 to 16 inches off of the ground, gets Mr. Barron's hand, puts it either on the gun, near the gun, and she tries to fire, but it jams. So she pulls the slide back, a bullet comes out. She leans back down, she tries again, jams again. Pulls the slide, bullet falls out. Let's try for a third time. Bends back down, fires the first shot, fires the second shot. Third shot goes off. Her hand, we know, got caught in the slide because she was holding it at an awkward angle, all the way down by Mr. Barron's body. So she gets slide bite there and there. From the slide, her hand is obstructing the slide. And we also know that because the casing never came out because she didn't have a good grip on the gun. She's holding it awkwardly and she shoots it that high off of the ground. That is how high off the ground those shots were fired.
Okay, I don't normally stop closing arguments, but you guys want to know this. Trust me, you want to know this. If you weren't watching about 40 minutes ago, I was informed that one of the jurors is refusing to debate or to do his duties as a juror. Like he's refusing to cooperate. And the judge sent them back and was like, you need to fix your attitude, young sir. And I want you guys with that knowledge, for those of you who weren't watching before, with that knowledge to watch now and see if you think it was something that was said in the closing arguments that made this juror be like, no, I'm not going to deliberate.
Look where the trajectory is headed. That high off of the ground. right to Mr. Barron's dead body. We know he didn't fire those because he's face down on the ground dead. She did. There's the slide bite she got from when she bent down on the ground and her hand got caught in the slide. Then what did she do with the gun? Well, to continue on with her cover-up, she places the gun right next to Mr. Barron's left hand.
Oh my God.
It's no coincidence that that gun is laying on top of the pool of blood placed there right next to his left hand.
Hold on.
Then what does she do? Still in cover-up mode, so she goes and finds all the bullets she can find, all the casings that she can find, continuing to step over Mr. Barron's dead body, walking all through his blood, into the bathroom with her bloody footprints and flushes those casings. And we know that those casings were flushed from that upstairs bathroom because they were found in the septic tank line. Then what does she do? Keep in mind, what she does isn't render aid to Mr. Barron. What she does isn't try and perform CPR, something that she is, as a doctor, certified in doing. She leans down next to Mr. Barron's dead body and starts wiping out the blood because she's more worried about the blood on her feet and the blood on her floor than she is about her boyfriend's dead body laying face down right in front of her. She walks all over the room. She's carrying that towel. You heard Sergeant Durham talk about these blood drops. Those are blood drops from a 90-degree angle dripping off an object. Right mixed in with all those bloody footprints. She's walking around, wiping blood, carrying a bloody towel that's dripping everywhere. It's getting on the bed. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why this defendant has been charged with murder. Because unfortunately for the defendant, while she might lie, the evidence sure doesn't. So let's look at malice murder, count 1. These are the elements that you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt to find the defendant guilty of malice murder. That she, with malice, caused the death of James Barron by shooting him. That's count 1. Counts 2 and 3 are both felony murder. Count 2 is that in the commission of an aggravated assault, she caused the death of James Barron, and then count 3 is in the commission of criminal damage to property in the first degree. She caused the death of James Barron. And I see all of you guys writing. I just want you to know that you will have the indictment with all these elements. You'll have the charges. So this won't be the last time you get to see all these elements. Just in case, if you want to take notes, absolutely do it. I just want to make sure y'all know this won't be the last time you see.
Hey guys, hit that thumbs up button, please, and
Count
the
4
like.
aggravated assault. So like
Thank
I
you.
said, count 2 felony murder is based off of this aggravated assault, right? So she committed an aggravated assault, and in doing so, killed James David Barron. So what is aggravated assault? That she assaulted James Barron with a deadly weapon, in this case a firearm, an object which when used offensively is likely to and does result in bodily injury by firing said weapon through a door in the direction of James Barron. That's what aggravated assault is, essentially using a deadly weapon. A firearm is a deadly weapon. When used offensively, shooting it is likely to, or did in this case, result in serious bodily injury by firing the weapon through a door in the direction of James Barron. Doing that, firing the door, or firing a firearm through the door in the direction of James Barron, is what caused his death. That is both aggravated assault, count 4, as well as the felony murder, count 2. What is criminal damage to property in the first degree? This is the basis of the other felony murder. That she knowingly and without authority interfered with a door in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting the door of a room that was occupied by James Barron. So what does that mean? Essentially what criminal damage in the first degree is that she knowingly interfered with a door, so that means damaging a door. That she without authority damaged the door. What that means is essentially when you have shared property, for example, they both share this house together. Both of their names are on the deed. This is a shared house. When you have shared property, she has to have the authority to damage the property. In this case, I don't believe that there's going to be any evidence that Mr. Barron gave her the authority to shoot the door and kill him. And she shot that door. She damaged that door in a manner that endangered Mr. Barron's life. That's essentially criminal damage to property in the first degree. Count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, is very straightforward that she had a firearm while she committed the aggravated assault. And lastly, count 7, tampering with evidence, essentially that she knowingly concealed physical evidence. In this case, it's the shell casings and bullets with the intent to obstruct her own prosecution. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, those are the elements that you have to find each one of those beyond a reasonable doubt in order to find the defendant guilty of each one of those counts. So the evidence doesn't lie. What evidence do we have that we definitively know does not lie in this case? We know that the gunshot was 8.5 inches above the lock. Not only that, but we know that this gunshot was fired at an upward angle, not at a downward angle in the direction of the lock, but at an upward angle in the direction of Mr. Barron. And I know that there was discussion, Mr. Willis had his arms and said she was nervous, so she must have been going like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know that she could be that far off shooting the lock off of the door if she closed her eyes. I think even if she had walked up to the door from right here and closed her eyes, she would have been closer to the lock on that door. At most, she would have been shooting at a downward angle towards the lock. But instead, she's quite literally shooting in the opposite direction.
Lucky.
That is the evidence in this case.
Nothing ricocheted.
That the shot was fired at an angle. What that means is that she didn't walk straight up on it and try to shoot the lock off like she said she did. She came at an angle. At an angle to better be able to aim at Mr. Barron. Not straight on, while Mr. Barron's voice is coming from the right, but at an angle, so that she can have better aim to hit her bullseye. Then it was 6 inches away from the tip of the tip of her gun. 6 inches at most from that door is the evidence that we know in this case that does not lie. No one's disputing that David is behind that locked door, and the evidence is very clear that he is taking a defensive stance behind the wall, behind the locked door. Because he's, again, shot through the wall, through his left arm, through the side of his body, and then the bullet landed in the right side of his chest cavity. We know that the shell casings were flushed. She finally admitted it after she got caught with the shell casings having been flushed. And I want to talk to you about the holster. Why is the holster so important in this case? Because the defendant told Investigator Meffert over and over and over again that when I walked in that room, what was on the ground was the victim. My phone is what she said. So her phone, his gun, and his holster was laying next to his body on the floor. That's what she told Investigator Meffert over and over again. So let's look at the holster. First of all, we know the holster wasn't on the floor when law enforcement got there because it's on the bed. So was this holster ever actually even on the ground next to Mr. Barron's body? Well, this is the picture that you saw when Sergeant Durham was testifying, and he talked to you about how the blue fluorescent is blood. And if you'll notice, there's blue fluorescent on the body of the holster where someone would pick it up, and there's blue fluorescent on the snap of the holster. But notice where there's no blood, the strap. There is not a single drop of blood on the snap of that holster. What is that consistent with?
Wiping
Someone
off
with a
your
bloody hand, picking up the holster with their other bloody hand, unsnapping the holster, taking the gun out and putting it on the bed.
Or that.
That's what that evidence shows. If that holster was laying next to Mr. Barron's dead body, there would be at least one singular drop of blood on the snap of that holster.
She's been talking about fingerprints on it the whole week.
Her footprints are leading right up to the bed. Her bloody footprints lead right up to the bed where the holster is sitting. And not only that, but she places the gun next to his left hand after he's been killed. And I know we heard lots of different testimony. First, with Investigator Meffert, she said, oh, the gun was laying right there and I just pushed it out of the way. And then she testified that she tried to kill herself, but the gun was in the holster on the bed, and that's when she took the gun out of the holster. And then she said, actually, I don't remember where the gun was, and I don't remember if the gun was in the holster, and then it just turned into a bunch of I don't remembers. She didn't push the gun out of the way. She didn't go pick up the gun to shoot herself. She got the gun, staged the crime scene, and then planted the gun next to his left hand. We know that she tried to wipe up the scene. She has the bloody towel with all the droplets all over the bedroom. And we know that David had absolutely no alcohol in his system at the time of death, regardless of
He could have metabolized
continuous times that she tried to tell people that he'd been drinking too much that night. Jack Daniels and beer, Jack Daniels and beer. I told him he was drinking too much, and he got mad. He was drinking Jack Daniels and beer.
Liquor before beer, you're in the clear.
Then she tried to cover that up by saying, oh, well, what I meant was earlier in the day he was drinking too much. That's what I meant, earlier in the day. There wasn't even a Jack Daniels bottle in the house.
Oh.
There wasn't an empty beer can in the house. He has my journal, he has my phone. He kept yelling, he has my journal, he has my phone. I wanted my journal, I wanted my phone. No, he didn't. The journal was downstairs in the living room. The gunshots fired outside the bedroom, no more than 16 inches off the ground. We're going to talk about that again later, but that evidence does not lie.
It sure
What is
does not.
malice? Malice is not ill will or hatred. The unlawful intent to kill without justification. Essentially, what malice is for the malice murder is the intent to kill. No premeditation is required. I know that TV sometimes likes to make everybody think that you have to have premeditated murder. You have to have this plan, this thought out premeditated plan. That's not the case. Malice can be formed in an instant. The second this defendant got her Glock, walked up to this door and held it 6 inches away from the door, that is malice. The intent to kill has been formed from the second she decided to raise the gun, point it at the door, and fire. No motive is required to be proven, although in this case there's plenty of motive, but I did want to put that in there because that is the law, that technically no motive is required, and that's because sometimes people kill people for no reason at all. In this case, we know that's not the case, but that's the law. So how do we know that this defendant intended to kill Mr. Barron? Well, like I said, going to get your gun while he's already locked himself in a bedroom door, walking up to the door 6 inches away at an angle and firing in the direction of his voice while threatening him, is malice. Mr. Barron hiding behind this wall while she's shooting at him is malice. Going to get Mr. Barron's gun, planting it in the crime scene to make it look like he threatened her with it is malice. Getting that gun, placing it next to his dead body to make it look like he was shooting at her, and then telling the officers on scene that he shot at her is malice. Standing over his dead body, getting a towel and wiping up the blood is malice. Walking over his dead body, through his blood, collecting the shell casings and flushing them down the toilet to hide evidence is malice.
Oy vey.
Control follow through, hit the bullseye, malice. Looking at the Hall County Jail, and I know that there was discussion about whether or not she deleted that search. I don't know why that mattered. Whether or not she deleted the post wasn't the point. The point was 3 hours before she calls 911 for murdering her boyfriend, she's looking at a tab on her phone about the Hall County Jail. Days before the murder, she's looking at the Hall County Jail. That's malice. We know that Mr. Barron is dead, and we know that she shot him. The question was why? Malice. Because she intended to kill him.
I don't
want to talk about
agree.
The underlying felonies before we get to the felony murder. We know that she had a firearm, and we know that when you shoot a firearm at someone, it can result in bodily injury, and in this case did result in bodily injury. And we know that she fired that gun through a door in the direction of James Barron.
I think it was rage.
That is aggravated assault. You should find the defendant guilty of count 4. And because he died, when she intentionally pointed that gun in the direction of Mr. Barron and fired, you should find him guilty of count 2 felony murder. No malice is required for the 2 counts of felony murder. Malice is not required. All that's required for you to find the defendant guilty of the 2 felony murder counts is if you find that the elements of each one of those underlying felonies has been met beyond a reasonable doubt, and you find that Mr. Barron is dead. So let's talk about criminal damage to property. Well, we know that she intentionally shot the door. She's told you that over and over and over again. Why she shot the door is what we're differing on with the defendant. But there's no debate about whether or not she knowingly interfered with the door, and there's no debate about the fact that her and Mr. Barron own that property together, so she's without authority to do so. And she did it in a way that endangered human life because Mr. Barron is dead. Damaging a door by shooting it when someone is occupying a bedroom is endangering a human life. Even if Mr. Barron hadn't died, that is endangering a human life. Even if she completely missed Mr. Barron, getting a gun, shooting it at a door endangers human life when there's somebody on the other side of that door. That's why you should find the defendant guilty of criminal damage to property in the first degree. And that's also why you should find the defendant guilty of count 3 felony murder because he did die. Because she fired a gun at a door in a way that endangered Mr. Barron's life because he died. This count 5 is very straightforward, this is count 6, I apologize. She had a firearm when she committed aggravated assault. That's it. We know she flushed the shell casings and bullets. And what other reason does she have to flush that unless it's to obstruct with the prosecution of herself? We know that she was doing that to obstruct with the prosecution of herself because everything she did that night, she did to try and obstruct the prosecution of herself. Planting the gun, wiping up the blood, flushing the shell casings, lying, everything she was doing to protect herself. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are all the elements for every count that this defendant is charged with. To find her guilty of every single count in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, that's everything.
I kind of think they went crazy on the charging.
Physical evidence doesn't lie. We know she did over and over and over and over and over again. So first, let's talk about her behavior on the scene. Contrary to what their paid-for opinion expert said on the stand about her opinion or about her behavior on the scene, we all saw the defendant's behavior on that body cam. We all saw it, 3 hours of it. The fake crying, the dry heaving, the fake throwing up, the fake passing out with her eyes wide open. I don't know why the question was asked about, can you have a panic attack with your eyes open? That wasn't what I asked. I asked the officer if her eyes ever closed when she passed out. When she slowly and dramatically collapsed to the ground 3 or 4 times with her eyes wide open. The 3 hours that she sat there and wailed without a single tear coming out of her eyes. And Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a big crier, so I feel like I'm an expert in this subject.
I
When
am
you
too.
cry, even at a slow, silent cry, you're gonna have a snotty nose. You're gonna be wiping your nose with the back of your hand. You're gonna be wiping your nose with the sleeve on your arm. You're gonna need to blow your nose. Your nose is gonna be all red. You're gonna be wiping tears from your eyes. Not once. You watch that 3-hour body cam again if you want. You can ask the judge and look for it and wait for
Yes,
one
Mitchell.
single time where she wipes a tear from her eye or snot from her nose, and you won't find one. She put on the world's biggest show in the history of shows. She really should be an award-winning actress, to be honest, because that was a show. And not only that, but what did she say on the body cam? Because she's lying through her body language, but she's also lying with her words. From the second deputies get on scene, she's lying to them. He made me go up the stairs. I got dragged down the stairs. He shot at me. She says that 5 times I counted. He shot at me. 5 times. She told responding officers while her boyfriend is laying dead upstairs, tells them that he shot at her, and that is a complete and bold-faced lie.
Well, he's
He is
like
literally
that.
lying face down and pooled his blood upstairs. She's pretending to be distraught about that while lying about him shooting at her. He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs. A lie.
Lacey.
I said he'd been drinking too much. She says that twice on body cam. I said he'd been drinking too much, and he got mad at me. She's lying about him shooting at her. She's lying about him dragging her up the stairs. She's lying about him being drunk. Lie, 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 lie from the second law enforcement gets involved with this case. And then she says he made me leave the night of the DUI. We know that story changes a whole bunch. So let's talk about what she told Investigator Mefford. How about the kitchen incident? The elaborate, long, detailed story about her in the kitchen with Mr. Barron playing with his gun the night of the murder.
Yeah, that was
She told that story to
bad.
Investigator Mefford, at least 2 or 3 times, because it made no sense. So Investigator Mefford kept asking, can you please explain to me this situation again? I need to understand better. Can you please explain it to me? And she goes into so much detail about this complete and utter lie. I was brushing my teeth, and he was going to go upstairs to sleep, and then he got his gun, and then I followed him into the kitchen. This is, by the way, after they had already started arguing. She said that. Then he hands me the gun in the holster and says, unsnap the holster and take it out. Why did she say that to Investigator Mefford? She's making up this whole story. We know that, right? Why was she so specific? She says it multiple times. I unsnapped the holster and I took the gun out. Because she's planting seeds. In case they find my fingerprints on this holster, I need to have a story for why those are there. Plants the seed. I unsnapped the holster and took the gun out. Then she says, he put it in my hand. He wanted to see how it felt. He wanted to see how it fit in my hand. Then she tells Investigator Mefford, he wanted me to put my finger on the trigger to see if it reached. Why did she say that? So specific of a lie. He wanted me to put my finger on the trigger to see if it reached. Just in case her finger's found on the trigger of his gun, have to have a story for that one. I put my hand on the slide. He wanted me to rack it. Putting her prints all over the rack of the gun. Then all the bullets came out. They all just came out, she says. And then I went to go throw them away in the trash, but he wanted me to go flush them in the toilet. Every single lie about that story was said for a reason. He was drinking too much. He was drinking Jack Daniels, maybe some beer. Here we go again. He must be a drunk.
He did drink at Olive
Not a
Garden.
drop of alcohol in his system when he died.
I'm just
Repeatedly
saying.
tells him I never picked up the shell casings or bullets. We know that's a lie. Over and over. He asks, no. I never did that. I don't know why I would do that. Over and over and over again. I never shot towards the stairs. I only shot towards the door. I never shot anywhere else. I shot that one time at the door, never anywhere else. Only place I shot that door. I didn't touch anything else other than the door when I tried to open it. That's what she says first. I didn't touch anything else. His gun was right there by his leg, holster on the floor too. His gun was right there, right next to my phone. In the holster, all right there. All a lie. Never shot his gun. Never, ever, ever shot his gun. I don't think he shot his gun. Now we're backing up a little bit. Because the first story about how he shot his gun really didn't make sense in the first place. She doesn't really know what to say. She hasn't had enough time to really formulate this plan. So now she's starting to back off of it. Maybe it was a door slam. I don't really know. Maybe he shot his gun. Maybe it was a door slam.
I think those are two
Why did she say this?
entirely different sounds.
I even reached down and touched his phone in his back pocket. Why did she say that? I want you to ask yourself why she said that. Because defense has made the biggest deal about the fact that Mr. Barron must have had her phone and his phone when he went up and locked himself in that room. And those phones must have traveled up the stairs together. They called a super experienced expert to the stand to tell you that those phones traveled up the stairs together. Who brought them up the stairs together? First of all, who did that? Even if we agree that that 12-second lapse was just the phones not being regulated and it wasn't the defendant following Mr. Barrett upstairs with her own phone, even if we believe that those phones came up the stairs at the same time, who brought them up there? And why is she talking about touching his phone? Maybe it's because once she got in the room and she's planting evidence in the crime scene, she goes and gets Mr. Barron's phone and puts it in his pocket. Got my phone, got his phone, gonna walk upstairs, puts his phone in his pocket, cleans up the rest of the scene, calls 911.
Well,
we know he didn't have
not
the
true.
journal in the room with him. Then all of a sudden she says, I touched everything in there. So first we went from I touched nothing to I touched everything because he keeps asking her because her story's not adding up.
That
Her
was
story's
a
not
dumb
adding
thing
up.
to
I don't
say.
understand. Please explain it to me. It's not adding up. I don't understand. Oh, well, actually, really, I touched everything. Really, I just touched everything. I touched his phone in his back pocket, pushed the gun out of the way. My hands are all in his blood. This guy would text me, but I told him about the guy. Now, all of a sudden, they have motive for Mr. Barron seeing the text, and now he's in this horrible rage and forces her to commit aggravated sodomy on him. I just pushed the gun out of the way. Oh, I was waiting for police sitting on the stairs. We saw her. She's wiping up the blood. She's walking down the stairs, sees the deputy, turns around, goes back up the stairs, does some last minute cleanup next to Mr. Barron's dead body, then comes to the stairs 2 minutes later. And her body language in the interview, we all saw it. I put one tiny clip in there just because I felt this was a good encapsulation of how she acted in this interview. This is after she finds out Mr. Barron has not made it.
Oh,
This is after
God.
that. And she's wailing and fake crying and all the things. And at one point, I want you to watch, she gets up, she goes, and first she bangs her arms against the wall, something she does many, many times, both on scene as well as in the interview room, bangs her arms on the wall of the door, or on the wall. Then she turns around, leans her back up against the wall, pauses, looks over at Investigator Mefford to make sure that he's watching. Then the wailing begins again.
Prepare yourselves. I'm not being facetious. It's probably going to come up loud and like a wrecking ball.
Let's watch it again with sound.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh.
By the way, that goes on for 10 minutes.
It goes on for 3 hours. Who are you
10 minutes,
kidding?
nobody says a single word, and she does that without a single tear, without a single reach of a tissue, without a single wipe of the nose. 10 whole minutes. What is beyond a reasonable doubt? What does that mean? It's not beyond all doubt. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. And it's not to a mathematical certainty. What beyond a reasonable doubt is a doubt for which reason can be given. It's a doubt for which reason can be given. It's about your common sense, and it's about your reason. It's not a doubt for which an unreasonable reason can be given. It's a doubt which a reasonable reason can be given.
I have to do an update for anyone that's joined in. We are watching the closing argument from the state for Georgia v. Suzanne Mericle. Okay, you guys got off easy. I'm going to play this and pause myself.
And at the
Sorry.
beginning of this trial, Ms. Bagwell got up and she told you that this case wasn't going to be about the what, and it wasn't going to be about the who, but it was going to be about the why. Why did this defendant shoot and kill Mr. Barron? And ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the evidence in this case, when you look at the actual evidence in this case, there's only one reasonable answer as to why. Unhinged, obsessive rage. That's why. So I'm going to sit down, like the judge told you yesterday. Mr. Willis is going to have a chance to get up and speak with you. And then I get one last chance to argue, and then I promise you will literally never have to hear from me ever again. But while you're listening to Mr. Willis, I want you to ask yourself an important question. What in this case is actual evidence, and what in this case is a story? Thank you.
I'm sorry, my dogs are still barking, but we're Okay, so what's going on is that there is a criminal trial with this lady, and she was a dentist in Georgia and lives in a very prestigious area. Her boyfriend ended up dead, and she admits to having shot him, and she is claiming it was out of self-defense. And so this is the trial. And what I was about to say earlier is that the jury went out to deliberate. I think it was like, I can't say exactly when they went out to deliberate. I don't want to, I can look that up in a minute. But like 2 hours later, the judge got a note that one of the jurors is flat out refusing to deliberate on this case. He is like sitting there essentially with his arms crossed, pouting, like, I'm not touching it. I'm not doing anything. Nobody is really sure as to why that's going on, but I have never myself encountered a case where I've heard of a juror doing this. So I reached out to Nick Recated to see if he wanted to jump on and give his explanation. He wasn't home. So I will have more on this tomorrow, one way or the other. And just so you guys know, before I press play again, I will be going live again tomorrow at 3:45. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Apparently they can. You should see my face when I found this out on the stream. You should replay it because I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Hello, Canada.
Good morning.
This poor guy's so damn sick.
It's been a long ride, hasn't it? We've talked about a lot of things these almost 2 weeks, I guess. And I want to talk to you about you. And specifically how you do your job, the job that you've been assigned to do. There's really only one way that you can do the job that you have. Okay?
Okay.
First, you've got to understand what the law is.
All right.
You can't possibly do your job the way you want to do it unless you know exactly what the law is. Okay? And if you know what it is, it's going to be a tool for you. It's going to take some of the weight off your shoulders. If you're like me, maybe this has been keeping you up. Maybe you're worried about how you're going to do this right. Well, that's what the law's for. It's here to help you. Okay?
That's some
The law
like Chuck
is
Norris
that no person
knowledge.
shall be convicted
oh
of any crime
Sorry.
unless and until each element of the crime as charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And the burden of proof rests on the state to prove every material allegation in the indictment and every reasonable element, every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. What is beyond a reasonable doubt? Some of you guys, I think, have served on civil juries. There was one or two who'd served on a civil jury before. If you were in a case in a civil jury, they'd tell you the standard is what's called preponderance of the evidence. That's like the scales of justice that you've seen. That just means just slightly tipping the scales. Okay, so that's how
Story
we
of
make
my
decisions in our
life, am I
most of
right?
the time. Whichever one seems like the right one to go with, right? If you make a decision in this case based upon that, you haven't done your duty. You missed it, okay? There's another standard of proof that's called clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence, which is much higher than preponderance. That's the standard of proof if the government wants to take a child away from a parent. They have to prove their case by clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing. If you make your decision based upon clear and convincing evidence, you haven't done it. It's also the standard, by the way, to
Things
impeach
are a
a
little bit
sitting
more
U.S.
quiet.
president. Clear and convincing. Not enough. Government has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. It is the highest known standard in the universe. Okay? It's been with us for hundreds of years. It is the only form, it's the best formulation that we could articulate to describe what's not mathematical certainty, because they don't have to prove a case of mathematical certainty. We're dealing with human beings here. Mathematical certainty is not possible, but this is the standard. It's as close to that as you can get. So the state had the burden, in this case, of proving beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, that her action, that shot, was not justified. They have to prove that to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Job one. Job two, if they can do that, then the elements as charged in the indictment. Each one of those. Let's start off with number one. First of all, months and months of unhinged behavior. Months and months of unhinged behavior, Ms. Bennett tells you, on the part of Ms. Mericle. Constant aggression.
I would say so.
Constant aggression. Lilia was all she talked about. She told you. That's true. It's the only thing she could talk about.
I would be crazy.
Remember when St. Simon's police officer came in here? It was one of the very first witnesses the state called to talk about that February 1st issue. Remember? Did you have an idea what kind of trial you were going to be in for when you saw that? Did you know it? Could you believe that? That officer shows up at a scene from somebody calling the police. Knocks on the door. She pokes her head out. Is everything okay? Oh, yeah, it's fine. No, there's no problem here. Step out with me. Are you sure you're okay? She doesn't say a word. Not a word. She takes his hand and puts it up to her head. Not a word. And he feels a softball size injury to her skull. But he's a good guy. He's never hit me before. Well, he seems pretty calm. I guess we probably should get out of here. All right. Let's go. Did you see it? Police get called in this case. They show up. Who calls them? Ms. Mericle. Over and over and over and over and over again. Over and over again. She's hysterical on the phone. She can't even explain what her name is, and she can barely get the address out.
That's true. And oh my
What
God.
did she tell those first responders on those videos? I'm so scared. Has he ever done this to you before? She doesn't say a word. All she can do is this. I thought he was going to kill me. I tried to feel for a pulse. He told me, don't go to sleep tonight. I was going to leave, but I was scared. Here we are again. He's a good man. He's such a good guy. I was going to move forward. He got so mad at me. I wasn't mad at him. I was just tired. If I moved on, he would kill me. He would shove that gun down my throat. I told him, let me sleep up there. The door downstairs doesn't lock. I should have gotten my car. I should have. It's on me. I should have left. But I have that stupid device on there.
She had gotten a DUI, had to blow into the
But then she hears he's still alive.
ignition.
She goes in that interview room. Oh, that interview room. Where they're telling her he's alive. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I got this little form here for you to sign. Do I need a lawyer? Nah, no reason to have one. Oh, okay. Sure.
That's what they said.
I got this little form here. It's supposed to have you initial that you understand every right. Nah, just here, just take this. Just sign this.
Just this sign right here.
She says. She's giving
Formality, really.
every signal in the world that needs to be given to an investigator that there is a problem here. I don't know if I should tell you everything. Is he still alive? Can you just tell me, is he still alive? We'll find out here in a minute. If she's staging this whole thing, if this is a staged presentation, don't you think she's going to fire away all the things that he's done to her? Don't you think she's going to mention the St. Simon's incident with the softball injury and tell him that that's verifiable? She doesn't do any of that. None of it. None of this stuff makes sense if she's faking it. Why doesn't she even display the injuries, folks? Body looks like this. But she doesn't even bother to display for him what she has on her body. She's trying to make it seem like he attacked her. Wouldn't you think, hey, look at this, look at this. He has to notice, hey, what's on your arm? Oh, that's from when he grabbed me. She's not trying to push a narrative that he even attacked her, right? Why this? She knows how many shots are shot with the Beretta. She knows, right? She knows it without a doubt. It's not a question. Why does she tell him he only shot her once? Does that make any sense?
In a traumatic
If she's staging the scene,
moment.
why keep telling him what a good guy he is? Why keep repeating that over and over and over again?
Because she's scared.
If you want to know who James David Barron is, I think you found out when his son took the stand. That's what I think. Let me tell you why. Remember his son testified that when Suzanne came to meet the family, that they were impressed.
Everyone loved her.
She was into family, just like they were. Remember that? They were like, okay, Dad, nice, right? She went on vacation with them to the beach. They're around her the whole time, and they like what they see. They get a call. He gets a call, December the 28th, on his phone, answers it in the night. And he's told this. She's in the bathroom. There's loud banging on the door. She is locked inside. And all she wanted to do was get away. He tells you that she said, I pulled a gun on your father.
Yep.
I pulled a gun on your dad. A man he has known his entire life. And what do they do when it's over? What did him and his brother do when it was over?
The intervention?
You remember?
I don't remember.
They went and had to sit down with their father.
Mm-hmm.
They called it an intervention for him.
Look at me.
And his behavior. They've known her for 3 months. This happens, and they confront him. Compare that, folks, to Dana Gardner. Remember Dana, Suzanne's sister? Remember she met David Barron. The whole family did. And they said, at that party, remember it was a January 18th party, they said something was off. Something was off about him. She'd been coaching Suzanne to try to leave this relationship, even though she didn't know it. She didn't have a clue about the violence that was happening to Suzanne.
I do my best, Mitchell. I do my best.
She's coaching Suzanne about how to leave the relationship. She gets 2 missed calls on March the 7th, 2025. 2 missed calls in the middle of the night. And what was her first thought?
Oh, shoot.
You heard the 911 call. She knew it. She knew it in her gut. This man's been isolating her. Something ain't right. And she knew it. All she talks about is Lilia. Miss Bennett told you. All she talks about is Lilia. All she talks about. There's one instance in these texts where she actually says something about what he's been doing.
Thank
After
you
the
so
same
much
silence
for the
incident, she
Jules
says,
rambling.
You should be ashamed of yourself. What's his response? You should be ashamed of yourself and how you reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police. And her response immediately is to go, oh, yeah, I forgot about this one. You're so drunk you can't even talk. And then she immediately backtracks. I fell and hit my head. I talked to them today. Don't worry, you're good. And I fell and hit my head. They heard me out. I talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed, you fell. That's it. Everything's fine here. All she talks about is Lilia. You bet. Let's talk about Lilia for a second.
Oh, let's do
Why is he
it.
sending these women money? Who are these women? From this other country that he's just sending money to?
His wife
Who are
called
they?
him Euro trash.
What do you think? do you think?
Influencers.
This is the only thing she's permitted to talk about. This is it.
Stop calling.
That's why it's all over the text. It's the only thing she can complain about. This. Did you notice this? Did you notice they put in all these texts between Suzanne and Evan and that they stopped on February the 15th? Did you notice that? Remember what happened on February the 16th?
The DUI.
When he went cruising up to that same bedroom behind the same door. Comes down when he's darn good and ready. Wakes her up by tapping on her foot with a firearm. And she runs out of the house, gets into her car as he's running out the front door. We also know This is when she'd started communicating with Charlie English. What was she doing with every single text that she got from Charlie English, except for the last one?
Charlie English was a
Deleted
guy.
immediately.
She was dirty texting.
State's medical examiner, I want to talk just quickly about this. There's an injury to Mr. Barron's bridge of his nose from the fall, and there's stippling around his face. Remember, the state's medical examiner said that that's pseudo stippling from the material from the door that came through. Just want to remind you guys of that in case we get stuck on it later. Did you think this? Did you notice this? Did you notice when they called the medical examiner, were you thinking, hey, where's time of death? Were you thinking that? I missed it. Why didn't they put that in there? Why didn't they put that in there? I was like, oh, it's this thing, this Hall County Sheriff's Office jail thing at 10:30. As though she's like, this murder happened hours ago, and she's searching for the jail and deletes it. Remember that whole deletion thing? They were more than happy. They were more than happy to put in this deletion and let you guys believe that that really happened.
I hate that.
To make your decision. So you put your name on a verdict form. They're more than happy to give you that, this deletion. That never happened. She didn't even look at this on March 7th. It's from March 3rd. It was a tab that was on her phone. But they were happy to give it to you like that. And we had to have one of the best experts in the world, frankly, to come in here and tell you that's not correct. And what else did he tell you? 1:06 a.m. Both of those phones are going up the stairs together. Both of them at the same time. Don't you honestly think that they have the ability to find that out too? Why did we have to do it?
I think they had the ability to find
Didn't
out
you
a
wanna know
lot,
that?
but they didn't.
Why do we have to do it? Not only do the phones go up the stairs together, they don't come back down. They don't come back down. What does that tell you? We know for a fact she fires through the door. What's the thing she does next? She has to run down into the garage, get a hammer, run back up the stairs, and hammer through this door to try to save this man's life.
Well, she's guilty, yes.
The phone
But
doesn't make the trip.
is it
She
self-defense?
doesn't call 911 yet. Why? She doesn't have her phone because he stole it. He just took it from her like he took whatever else he wanted to take. Just took it. We know for a fact he had the phone. It never made the trip back down the stairs. The state has suggested that Mr. Barron removes himself. He removes himself. That's what he does. He's such a calm person that he just removes himself from the situation. This guy's not removing himself. He's regrouping. It's part of his control.
Recalibrating?
He comes down when he's good and ready. He took her phone back in September at the hotel, left her in the room, came back up and did what he wanted. He took her phone on March the 7th. And we can prove it, and we did. But they weren't going to give you that. We had to. She's 5'5". She weighs 120 pounds. This man is 6'3". He weighs 235 pounds. All he has to do is put his hands on her. It's over. And he did. And he did. If it's true, he's the removal guy, and he's got a 0.0 BAC on March 7th, why doesn't he leave and walk out and go rent a hotel? He's got the only keys to the only functional car.
Yeah.
If he's afraid of her or whatever, he can walk
car
right
wasn't
out that front
working.
door if he wants to. He's done it before, apparently. Why doesn't he do it this night? Because he wants to come back down. He wants to take her phone, know she's isolated, and come down when he's ready. Don't close your eyes tonight. Don't you close your eyes tonight. This is super important to me. Maybe not to you guys, but I hope it is. What's new on March 7th, 2025? What's the new information? She's known about Lilia since December the 28th. What's new? What motivates her to do anything to him? What's new is the Charlie English text. He saw it. He became enraged and unhinged. Choked her, pulled her down on her knees, put a sex organ in her mouth, told her to suck it, and he just took his pistol and put it right on her lips. Did you notice that in the interview? You said he put it in your mouth. No, I didn't say I put it in my mouth. She corrects him right away. right to my lips. My lips. There's something else in her mouth. We know she was trying to move on. She was talking to her sister about it. We know she's talking to somebody else. How does he react to her moving on? Well, with violence. She'd never seen him like this before. I want to talk to you about her statement, okay? I want to talk to you specifically about some law that you're going to get from the judge about that. The judge is going to tell you that in determining whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, you should consider whether the defendant was accurately advised of her constitutional rights and whether she clearly understood and knowingly gave up those rights. If you fail to find she was properly informed of those rights and that she understood and gave them up, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in your verdict. You have that power with that statement. You can do it. It's a garbage statement.
It's a garbage statement.
And let's talk about the investigator that got it. You remember when I was showing him the pictures of her injuries? And I said, hey, I'll show you the pictures of her injuries that I've showed you before, and you said accurately reflect how they were. Well, yeah, I said that before, but I mean, it was only open court. He handed them to me. I didn't have time to look at them or something. I even forgot what he said. I wasn't ready. I need all the information ahead of time or something. This is Mr. Firearms training. He's had like 2 hours of domestic violence training. He's never had a homicide case before in his life. And yet, in the area where he is the most trained in firearms, I say to him, if somebody's over there shaking like this, they may not be so accurate with how their shot is. And he goes, they're still going to hit the target. You remember that? Wild. Wild. Remember Ms. Bennett questioning Ms. Mericle about her choices, her reasonable choices? What was the reasonable option? Your most reasonable option was to shoot the lock, she said. Your most reasonable option? As though in this scene, in this scenario, with what's been done to her in the past, with what he's done to her on this night, she's sitting there going, what is my most reasonable option here? I know, I'll examine the outside of the door and see if I can pick it with a screwdriver. It's insane. It's insane. That's not how a mind works in a situation like this. It can't. I want to talk to you about this 216 DUI arrest. This is super important.
Super important. I like his
Super important.
suit
Really is.
and tie.
That's the night that he went up to that room and locked that door and came down later. Woke her up by tapping her on the foot with his firearm. And the government suggests to you that because there's a note in her phone writing out what happened on that night, that really, frankly, everything in that note's true. Can you imagine being so frightened of someone, so frightened of making a mistake and telling the truth about what someone had done to you, that you have to rehearse it in your phone? You have to rehearse it in your phone. And that's what she did.
Oh my gosh, my allergies.
And we know, without a doubt, that what is in that phone, that note, is false, false, false. And you can know it straight to your bones. You want to know why? And I'm sure most of you are already here, but for those who aren't. In the note, she says, I get up and David's there. He comes down. I calmly go to the car. Goodbye. He's on the step. Goodbye. Goodbye. Really? We're going to talk about this one in a second. The last one. Why does he call her 18 times when she leaves? 18 times. And she's ignoring every call.
She did.
18 times. That happened. He came out of that door. He touched her with his firearm and he tried to rape her anally. And she was so afraid to tell anybody about that she practiced her story in her phone. And it's false. Miss Bennett questioning Dr. Elkon, you remember? Dr. Elkon, what about this jail intake screening question from March 16th, the DUI arrest night? What about that? Doesn't it say on there Does the inmate have bruises? Doesn't it say on there that? Dr. Elkon's like, yeah, that's a screening question that somebody asks you when you get checked in the jail. Do you have bruises? No. Have you attempted suicide? No. Oh, well then that proves it. Sure. She wasn't dressed out. Nobody examined her body.
That is important.
And if they had, which is what was suggested to you, if they had, and checked off a form, do you honestly believe that the state wouldn't call that person as a witness?
Right? That's what I'm saying.
You believe that?
Oy vey.
Me neither. Dr. Elkon. Dr. Elkon. She's done 5,000 forensic examinations.
I thought she was so good.
5,000. This is a person who worked for the state when people would claim that they were not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't know what I'm doing. Her job was to ferret out liars for years. Then she worked at the VA for 7 years doing PTSD work.
That's noble.
She testifies for the state 75% of the time. 75% of the time. And she tells you Suzanne Mericle has PTSD. She has PTSD from David Barron's actions. What was the action? What was what they called the index event? Do you remember? It's a gun on the lips. Not in the mouth. On the lips. She's watched all of those body cameras. She's seen this behavior from Suzanne that you guys all watched. And she tells you, that's an acute trauma response. There's nothing on there to suggest otherwise at all. Oh, well, she's being paid by the defense, they would say. You can't believe a word she has to say.
I hate that argument.
What about EMS? What about EMS? You saw them, they showed up. Who called them? The deputy. This person's having a panic attack. They show up, what do? They check her heart rate. Oh my gosh, it's elevated. We need to take you to the hospital. Can you imagine? There's a murder investigation going on. EMS shows up and says, we need to take this person to the hospital. That's literally what they're telling the police. Heart rate's elevated. This is what they do for a living. This person needs to go. Does Suzanne take that opportunity and go, great, yeah, I'm losing it here. My method acting has worked perfectly. Let's go to the hospital. Nope.
Again.
Nope. Dr. Elkon told you if somebody's faking a mental health episode, that's what they want. They want somebody to go, okay, this is a mental health problem.
Yeah.
She goes, nope.
Guys, the fact that the jail was like, we really think that you should be sent to a mental health facility without her prompting that suggestion or taking them up on it, I think that was very telling for me. Like, they saw how bad she was struggling, and I don't know. Just, I also wanted to mention that wait until you freaking hear about this juror.
What is PTSD?
We're almost there.
PTSD is exposure to what? A life-threatening event. A life-threatening event. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what she has.
Say hello.
Guns at her lips. That's the event.
Meow meow.
And then we got into the, well, what about the counseling records at the jail? She says she doesn't like jail as well. Well, yeah, her lawyer told her not to talk at all about her case and the facts of her case, even with her therapist. And that's my fault, right? Because she didn't even get a chance to have that, to have that dealt with. She just held it. But what does she got? Hypervigilance, claustrophobia, hopelessness, frequent nightmares, increased heart rate and sweating, withdrawal, flat affect, the low monotone voice that they observed from her, and no eye contact. Remember that? That was the thing the deputy said. Well, I believed her at first, but then she didn't make eye contact with me later on, and I thought maybe she was faking it. And
Hey guys, don't forget to hit the like button.
I don't deserve anything better.
Thumbs up.
That's what she was reporting. If Dr. Elkon is incorrect, if her testing is invalid, if her procedures are not up to snuff. Why didn't the government call an expert to say, she did it wrong? If she's off, where's the person to say why?
What
We didn't get
Kristen
it.
said.
Because it doesn't exist. Because it's correct. I want to talk just quickly about some of the things Ms. Bennett said. She told you that Suzanne went into self-preservation mode after the shot through the door. Did you hear it? She went into self-preservation mode. By sprinting down the stairs to grab a hammer, bash through a door, injure herself right here, trying to get through it to get to him. Self-preservation mode. And she picks up his gun, and she told you what she did with it. Twice. And we told you she was going to tell you that. Self-preservation mode. They say she put Mr. Barron's hand on the gun to fire the shot. Really? His left hand? He's a right-hander. She put his left hand on the gun? This is her genius plan? Okay. Does that make any sense?
Jay.
She staged the
Yeah.
crime scene, they say. The world's greatest performance. Let me talk to you about the self-defense charge you're going to get, okay? A defendant is justified in using force that's intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injury. Justified in using force that's likely to cause death or great bodily injury when they reasonably believe that the use of such force is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury to herself or the commission of a forcible felony. What's a forcible felony? Aggravated assault by strangulation, which he'd already done downstairs. Aggravated sodomy, which he'd already done downstairs. And malice murder. Sorry. Malice murder, which he told her he was going to do. Don't close your eyes tonight. Shove this gun down your effing throat.
Go.
The point is that Suzanne doesn't have to intend to kill or shoot James David Barron for self-defense to apply.
Lay down.
The force is the shot. She doesn't have to intend to kill him in order to have self-defense apply. She only has to reasonably believe that the force is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury to herself or the commission of a forcible felony. Forcible felony, strangle. Don't close your eyes tonight. Or aggravated sodomy, which is the forcible performance of an oral sex act. That's it. She doesn't have to intend to kill him. She just has to be concerned about these things. To boil it down even further, self-defense means Suzanne's allowed to use deadly force if she reasonably believes it's necessary to prevent death, serious injury, or forcible felony, even if the shot that killed Mr. Barron was not the outcome that she intended. She doesn't have to intend to be killing Mr. Barron to claim self-defense. And the state has the burden of proving to you beyond a reasonable doubt that her action, that shot, that one shot, was not justified. The judge is going to tell you this as well. He's going to tell you the defendant's use of deadly force may be justified even when there's not even been physical contact between anyone. There's no prerequisite for actual physical contact. We have loads of physical contact in this case, but you don't even need it. If the menacing action of the alleged victim is sufficient to create a reasonable belief that the defendant's life is in imminent danger, the defendant is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury, or a forcible felony is about to be committed, the defendant's use of deadly force may be justified. And the state has to disprove that to you beyond a reasonable doubt. You can think about it like this. At the top would be, let's say, we've proven to you beyond a reason, we, the defense, which we don't have a burden at all, but let's say we had proven to you self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Verdict would be not guilty. Even if you think it's probably self-defense, not guilty. Perhaps self-defense, not guilty. May not be self-defense, not guilty. Unlikely self-defense, not guilty. Probably not self-defense, not guilty. Highly unlikely self-defense, the verdict still under the law is not guilty. The only way you get to the guilty box is if the state's proven it beyond a reasonable doubt that it was not. That's the law. Remember, the state has the burden of proving to you two things. One, that it wasn't self-defense. We just talked about that. And if they get past that, if somehow they got past that,
She was a dentist.
we go into here, each of the elements of the charge, offense, and the indictment. So let's talk about what those are. Malice murder. Here's the indictment. Unlawfully with malice aforethought causing the death of James Barron by shooting him. It's a malice murder charge. What does that boil down to? With malice aforethought causing the death of James Barron by shooting him. Malice
I don't
aforethought is the
think
intent to kill without
They
justification.
proved malice.
In other words, without self-defense. Intent to kill. Deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person.
Yeah.
Deliberate intention. Abandon and malignant heart. That's a
I
malice
think
murder
it
count.
was rage.
That's what it boils down to. That shot through a closed door, that shot through a closed door where she can't see a single thing on the other side of that door. And the only thing she's got to know where he is hearing. And I guess under the state's theory, once you take 3 or 4 classes at a gun range, you've become James Bond or Jason Bourne.
Oh, no.
I know where he is. And a kill shot through a closed door. It's insane.
She was very well off.
She tells him a million
They weren't
times, I'm trying to
married.
shoot the lock. I'm trying to shoot the lock. I'm trying to shoot the lock off. I'm trying to shoot the lock off. No, government says, ignore that. Ignore that. She's intending to kill him through a closed door, and she can't even hear where he is. The only time she hears where he is, he's in the bed. Remember?
Yeah.
He's on the bed.
She had no hearing in her right ear.
By the way, how would she sight this in from this height? When you're really trying to, right? She's 5'5". You guys are going to have this door back there. Play around with that. You're going to see this shot did not go down like that. It was like this. Intent to kill. Insane. Insane. Aggravated assault. We've only got 2 more, okay? Aggravated assault. This one's a little bit trickier, okay? And I'm going to go through it with you I want you to make sure that you know it. Assault James David Barron by firing said weapon through a door in the direction of James David Barron. Assault is firing the weapon through a door. That's the act. The act is the firing of the weapon. Assault by firing said weapon through a door. You're going to have this in your charges. I think it's on page 11 that the court will send back. An assault means either she intended to cause the injury by shooting him, meaning the same thing before. We got Jason Bourne over here shooting through a closed door. She'd have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt to have intended to hit him with that shot. Ignore all her statements, that she's trying to shoot the lock. She's not really trying to shoot the lock. She's trying to kill him through a closed door. She wants to hit him through a closed door. Of course, She waits till he's behind a closed door. He's down in the living room asleep. She really wants him dead. She waits till he's behind a closed door. Okay. Intended to kill him, actually intended to injure him, or the one that's in bold. The one that's in bold. Commits an act which places another in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury. Commits an act that places another in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury. What's the act? Remember, the act is by firing a weapon, right? So, commits an act by firing a weapon through a door, which places another in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury. What does that mean? It means the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he saw or heard or perceived the shot after she shot it, but before it hit him. After the shot, but before it hit him beyond a reasonable doubt. That's literally what they have to prove. Yeah. It's insane. It's insane.
Oh, did you hear
And do you
that?
remember this? Do you remember when the medical examiner testified?
He was like, yeah, sounds insane. So one of the jurors must have had like a befuddled look on their face. That's interesting, considering what I know.
And I said, Dr. Zhang, would you expect that a human being would be able to perceive a shot after it's fired, but before it strikes them?
Hi.
And she said, she waited a long time. She goes, I don't know. That's what she said. And I said, wait a second now. Wait a second, Dr. Zhang. We talked a couple weeks ago on the phone, and I asked you this very same question. I said, do you think they'd be able to see it, receive it, hear it before it hits them? And you told me you didn't think so. And she said, okay, but I don't know today. There is zero evidence of that. Zero. Not forget proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Nothing. And that's the law. This is very important. It is not enough to show that he's in a defensive position, which he's apparently selected, which is apparently the worst place, clearly the worst place in the world to pick when somebody's telling you they're going to shoot a lock off a door. But apparently he selected that in a defensive position. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he's in a defensive position. Her saying, I'm going to shoot the lock off. I'm going to shoot the lock off. That is not what she's charged with. That's not it. He's got to perceive the shot after the shot, but before it hits him. No way. Last one. Damage to property. This is a property crime charge. Damage to property.
Like,
charged with a
why?
felony of damaging property. Okay, what do they have to prove?
That's what I meant
They
by
have to prove knowingly
overcharging.
and without authority, she interfered with a door. Knowingly and without authority interfered with a door. Also on page 11 of your charges, you'll see this. Without authority means without legal right or privilege.
It's her home.
Without legal right or privilege over what? The door. That door. That door. That she owns. The government has to prove that she was without legal right or authority over a door that she owns. Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, it is her home.
And that she knew she didn't have legal right or authority over her own door. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's insane. It's insane.
They had just
That's how
bought
they
that
want to
house
get you
together.
to a felony murder conviction on a property crime
Yes, her name was on that house.
for a door she owns and that she would have absolutely no idea to know she has no authority over. Bottom line, folks, malice murder, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she intended to kill him. Behind a closed door, through the use of her fantastic hearing and her expert marksmanship. Aggravated assault, they have to prove
Yes, she did.
that Mr. Barron saw, heard, perceived the
Hold
shot
on.
after it was shot, but before it struck him, based on
Okay, so we have some people in here, maybe, which I love, may have missed yesterday's testimony. She did, in fact, shoot him through a door and managed to have it be a fatal wound. This was in her and the decedent's home. So her boyfriend that passed, they had just bought this house. And one of the things I shouldn't laugh. One of the things that she is being charged with is unlawfully causing damage to that door. And that's why I've been saying for like the last 5 days that I've covered this, it feels like they overcharged this woman. They like literally, in other words, they threw the book at her. I don't care if you think she's guilty or not. It feels like they threw the book at her, just like what you would do if someone was giving you a hard time, not cooperating, when what we've seen thus far is her cooperating to the nth degree. But I found out today that, as I assumed this would be the case, this was the lead detective's very first homicide. So I think that I don't know. I know that the charges aren't up to him entirely, but they don't get a lot of rough crime in this county. So, all right, let me check what the comments are.
zero evidence to that fact. And in fact, evidence from the medical examiner that she previously told me that she didn't think so. And with the damage to property, that she knew she was without authority, that she was without authority over the door, and that she knew it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what they have to show. Now, the tampering charge, we don't have anything to say about that. Hang it up.
Why did she
If
do
after
that,
giving
Scott?
consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And you should find the defendant not guilty. That's what the judge can tell you. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty. It would be your duty to acquit the defendant. If you're going to find her guilty, it's easy, guys.
Okay.
It's easy.
Because she's greedy. I got
Evidence
it.
has to be
Sorry.
so overwhelming, you don't have a choice. So overwhelming, you don't even have a choice. Is that what you got? Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture to the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Remember, they had two jobs. Prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not justified. No way was she justified. In no way, not even close. And if they do that, then you move on to the elements. And we went through those.
Don't bite me.
Let me tell you a little bit more about some of the self-defense charges you're going to get, okay, from the judge. Evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between the defendant and the alleged victim has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of the feeling between the defendant and the alleged victim, or the reasonableness of alleged fears by the defendant. Right? The prior violence by Mr. Barron has been admitted so that you can know what she could expect to determine her reasonableness in her behavior. You may consider relevant evidence the defendant has been subjected to acts of family violence or dating violence in order to establish the defendant's reasonable belief that deadly force was immediately necessary. Immediately necessary. If she can reasonably know that he's coming out of that door whenever he's good and ready, that's how you can know how necessary it was for her to try to get her phone and get out of there. The defendant's use of deadly force may be justified even when there has not been physical contact between anyone. If the menacing action of the alleged victim is sufficient to create a reasonable belief the defendant's life is in imminent danger, the defendant is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or a forcible felony is about to be committed, then the defendant's use of deadly force may be justified. He doesn't even have to have contacted her or touched her before. Of course he did. Her body's proof of that.
Huh.
Self-defense means she's allowed to use deadly force if she reasonably believes it's necessary to prevent death, serious injury, or a forcible felony, even if the shot that killed Mr. Barron was not the outcome she intended. Here's one. We haven't talked about this one yet. The judge is going to tell you that she's under no duty to retreat. A person who's not the aggressor is not required to retreat before being justified in using force that she reasonably believes is necessary. You heard a lot of evidence about whether or not she could leave that night, how she could leave, what method she could use. She could take that nice path down the road that you saw the video of, walking out the front door. She could go to her neighbor she doesn't know, except they gave her a basket once. So then obviously you can show up at her house at 1 a.m. and expect he's not going to be right on your heels.
The snark.
You can find a spare set of keys that apparently he doesn't even know where they exist on 12/28/24, even though he's got the only keys to the functional car right there in his pocket. And when we show the video of that little side room, you see any keys on the table? No. He took her phone just so she couldn't leave. That's why he had it. That's what it was for.
Yeah.
But she doesn't even have to leave. She's under no duty to leave a home that she co-owns, and frankly, that she paid more for than he did.
Yeah.
No duty to leave under the law.
He didn't want to pay his
We
part
showed
of
you
the
she couldn't,
mortgage
but she doesn't have to.
that month.
Couple more things. And y'all probably won't get here, okay? But just so you know, felony murder is murder. Malice murder is one of the murders. Felony murder is another murder. They're all murder.
Look at this.
Don't be thinking, it's something other than a murder. Felony murder is a murder. Last thing.
I can't move
And
my
I shouldn't have put it
hand.
up there because you guys are already reading it. But if somehow you get through all of the self-defense stuff and you guys feel like the government has just squashed that somehow beyond a reasonable doubt, there's no way, there's absolutely no way she could have been thinking she needed to be free and safe and afraid. If you got past that, then you got through all the elements, right? You'd have this additional option. Okay? Court's giving you an option of an involuntary manslaughter as a lesser offense And I'm not telling you to do this. I'm just telling you this is one of the options after you've already gone through all the other stuff. Involuntary manslaughter. The defendant may not be guilty of malice murder in count 1 or felony murder in counts 2 or 3, but still be guilty of involuntary. For involuntary, the evidence must prove the defendant caused the death of another person without intending to by committing the offense of reckless conduct. What's reckless conduct? Causing bodily harm by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that their act would cause harm to someone else. It's an unintentional killing through reckless behavior.
Okay.
It's another option for you.
Yeah.
It's not what I'm asking you to do. It's not what I'm asking you to do.
Don't bite me.
I told you at the beginning you weren't going to meet her. Remember? I told you.
He gave the best opening.
And you didn't. You didn't. And you won't. You still won't. This woman is gone. Almost as much as James Barron. It's gone. Our position is he did it to her. She was in fear for her life when she pulled that trigger, guys. And there's only 12 people in the world that have the power to give it back to her. They're all in this box.
That's a
I
bold
have to guess what Miss Bennett's going to talk about when I sit down. I'm about to sit down.
accusation.
And then she gets to go again. One of the reasons that the government gets to go twice is because of the burden of proof. The burden of proof is so high for them. It's so high they get to go twice. So I got to guess what she's going to say. Okay. And I don't know, but I'm going to just guess.
Sick.
It's going to be a lot of stuff about what happened after she fired the shot. Whole lot of stuff about what happened after.
Like cleaning up.
Probably all about what happened after. What happened after the self-defense doesn't change the fact that it was self-defense.
Covered in cat hair now.
You can't. You don't show malice by flushing shells down the toilet after a suicide attempt. Or having a towel in the room. Or making up a story to cover the fact that you had to flush them down the shelves. I mean, that you did flush them down the toilet. You don't. There's going to be some stuff I forgot, and I'm not going to be able to get back up. Like I said, I can't get back up and respond to the things they're going to do. No, it's not because I don't want to. Return verdicts and not guilty on all counts except for the tampering, please.
Please and thank you.
Judge, would it be possible to get the jury to brief 5-minute comfort break? 4:10.
Folks, what we're going to do, and I have no idea how long this will continue. I'm guessing roughly an hour and a half. So let's go ahead and take a break now, and we'll come back at 11:15. We'll have, assumedly, Ms. Bennett, final conclusion remarks of her closing statements, and then I will give you the law, which will take about 20 minutes or so. With that, 15-minute break. Thank you.
Okay, so we are not going to listen to the instructions, and we are at 1.5 times speed. So even if it does take an hour and a half, that's not how long we're going to be on here. I'm checking to see if they're going to talk.
I appreciate everyone's professionalism. We're getting at about capacity, not quite there yet. I will say that if you work in the courthouse, court personnel, local lawyer, local paralegal, those types, if you are not sitting in the first 2 rows, I'm not requiring that you do that, but I ask that you do that. And I understand that you may not want to sit certain places. I'm not getting any of that. But if you happen to be in the back row and you happen to be court personnel or someone along those lines, you would be authorized to sit in the front row. And I think it would help the sheriff's department. Again, I'm not kicking anybody out at this point. So just want to be clear on that small request. With that, we'll be in recess until 11:15.
I did not realize it was that busy. Now, like I've said before in this stream, one of the mods here is actually he has been attending a few days of this trial. Go, Coco. And he said the setup is just as crappy as you could imagine. I mean, it's 2 stories and you can't see like the TV where they put all the evidence from the Elmo on. with that being said, I do want to say thank you so much. This is my first day coming back to Twitter to do some live streams. I am also on YouTube. That's where I've been for the last several months. And I do have an upcoming absolutely necessary, hold on one second. Absolutely necessary heart surgery that I'm gonna have to have. So if you are enjoying today's stream or you want to support the channel, please know that there are membership options and super chats, and we have all of that information posted. But let's go ahead, and the other thing is, don't feel obligated with that. Please make sure to just chat, like chat in the chat, hit the like button, and that would help as well. So sorry, it's noisy and getting a little ADD. All right, let's finish this up.
Talked about the intent to kill within that.
What happened here? Okay, that's the lead investigator, lower right, lower right hand corner.
I don't see your problem with it.
Thank you.
I appreciate court personnel moving to the front 2 rows. I did notice that. Thank you. Jury's not quite ready to come back. They'll be back in a couple moments. Can I 45 minutes to an hour roughly?
This is
So
the
45
trial.
minutes to an hour roughly, I will begin jury instructions. Many times court personnel decide to leave, which is fine. I will give you about a minute to get up and leave if you want to do that. Absent that, please don't leave during the middle of jury instruction. So again, after conclusion from the state, I will pause a beat. And if you want to leave, that's perfectly fine. And then I will begin jury instructions. Thank you. Let's bring it back.
Oh, that's all they were talking about? Okay, so this is Georgia versus Suzanne Mericle. You're very welcome. Sorry I couldn't answer that sooner. It's very, very interesting. This woman was a dentist, very respected in her community. And if you haven't done so already, please make sure to subscribe and hit the like button. I literally cannot even believe this
Welcome
trial.
back. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Folks, as I discussed, we'll now begin final closing argument by the state.
Thank you, Aaron. I wanted to, before I got going, really, I wanted to briefly respond to just a few things about the charges in the.
Also, this was earlier today and they went home already, but wait until I tell you what happened.
And the elements that need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Look at my headphones.
To your left.
Sorry, I realized I wasn't over here. I want to talk to you about the elements of aggravated assault. So Mr. Willis is absolutely right as far as the aggravated assault. Basically, you either have to prove an intent to injure or that someone was in reasonable apprehension of receiving injury. You can do either or. You can think that one happened. You can think that both happened. Either that there was an intent to injure or that someone was in reasonable apprehension of receiving injury. In this case, there's both, and I want to explain why. We already really talked about the intent to kill within that, right? So the intent to injure in this case was the fact that she walked up to the door, put the gun right up to the door, fired in the direction of Mr. Barron. The difference between the intent with the aggravated assault and the murder is that with aggravated assault, you don't have to prove that she did that she intended to kill, just that she intended basically to strike her target. Whether or not she actually did isn't the question. It's just whether there was the intent there. When she walked up to the door with her gun, placed it 6 inches from the door in the direction of where Mr. Barron's standing and fired, if when she did that, she had the intent to injure. That's one way you can find aggravated assault. And or, meaning you can find that and the other way, or just reasonable apprehension, you can find that Mr. Barron, what she did when she walked up to the door, held it up to the door, and started yelling, I'm going to shoot the door, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to shoot you. And the thing with that is, Mr. Willis is assuming what she said was, I'm going to shoot the lock off, I'm going to shoot the lock off, because that's what she says that she said, right? Like, we're just assuming she was saying, I'm going to shoot the lock off David, I'm going to shoot the lock off David, because she says that's what she was saying. What we know is she's yelling something that has Mr. Barron scared enough to be hiding behind a wall. What I think that the evidence shows is she's yelling, I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot you. I have a gun. I'm going to shoot you. Maybe she's yelling, I'm going to kill you. She's yelling all of these things that has caused Mr. Barron to literally hide like this behind the wall. That's reasonable apprehension of receiving injury. He's terrified. Ladies and gentlemen.
Judge, I have to object to the She didn't tie it to
Ooh.
the shot, which is the allegata. So I object to her explanation.
We have the speed
Without
at
commenting on the
1.5.
evidence, the court is not commenting on the evidence. The lawyers have a certain amount of discretion as it relates to their argument, and I will authorize said argument.
That's reasonable apprehension of receiving injury, ladies and gentlemen. Is David hiding behind the wall while she's
Welcome.
yelling, I'm going to shoot? Why else would he be hiding behind the wall if not because she's yelling that she's going to shoot him? That's reasonable apprehension of receiving injury. The judge is not going to tell you whatever Mr. Willis said about the time between the bullet leaving the gun and hitting Mr. Barron. That's not what the judge is going to read you. You will not hear the judge say that to you. That's what Mr. Willis wants you to believe. That's his argument. He has every right to argue that to you. You're not going to hear that from the judge. And I want to make that very clear. What the law requires is that Mr. Barron be in reasonable apprehension of receiving injury from the defendant's actions.
Judge, I re-object to counsel's explanation of the law being factually inaccurate.
Objection is noted. Continue.
So I wanted to make that very clear to everybody. As far as the criminal damage to property in the first degree, it's a property crime that places someone's life in danger. That's what makes it criminal damage to property in the first degree. There's something called criminal damage to property in the second degree. That's just damaging property. If I took Ms. Bagwell's phone and smashed it on the ground, that's what that is. What criminal damage to property in the first degree, and the reason why this statute exists, is for situations just like this one. Drive-by shootings, when someone shoots into a car while someone's occupying that car. That is criminal damage to property in the first degree because you've damaged property that endangers somebody's life. A drive-by shooting of a home, someone shooting into an apartment door, someone shooting into any wall that someone's on the other side of. That's what this charge is for, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't just some property crime that the state has decided to just kind of shove into a felony murder statute and give it to you because we're just petty.
Even if it's your
Criminal damage to property in
property.
the first degree is created for situations like this one, when you have someone hiding behind a locked door and someone chooses to get a gun, shoot through the door, and endanger that person's life. What makes it a felony murder is if that person dies. Same thing with the drive-by shooting. If you shoot into a car that someone's occupying and the person doesn't even get hit, that's criminal damage to property in the first degree. If that person were to die, it becomes felony murder. That is what criminal damage to property in the first degree is created for. As to the without authority, they are trying to basically get you to find the defendant not guilty of criminal damage to property in the first degree.
I turned it down. I forgot she's the quick talker. So we're doing 1.25 now.
Because of the without authority. Because for some reason, Mr. Barron should have known to yell out, before you shoot through the door, I do not give you authority to do this. I do not give you authority to damage this door. For her to know not to do it. This is joint property. Ladies and gentlemen, if they wanted to sell the home, she has to give Mr. Barron's permission. If she wants to do anything with the home, he owns it. Their names are both on the deed. It might sound ridiculous. You might not agree with it. You might think it sounds weird, but that's the law. And so when you took your oath as a juror to follow the law, this is what we were asking you to do, is follow the law. It might sound funky that the without authority means she had to, it doesn't mean she has to ask permission to damage her own door. That's not what that means, ladies and gentlemen. What it means is you can't just go damaging property without authority. They have joint property. The law tells you that you can't do this. That's why she was charged with it. If she was allowed to damage her own door, she wouldn't have been charged with it. I want to talk about the self-defense, and I put a question mark behind it for a reason. And that's because at no point throughout this entire case did this defendant say that she shot Mr. Barron in self-defense. Not once. Not a single time. What she said was, I wanted to get my phone, so I was trying to shoot the lock off the door, and it must have accidentally killed him. That is called accident. That is not called self-defense. And I gave her many opportunities. When you got that gun and brought it upstairs, were you going to use it to defend yourself? Were you going to use it to try and shoot the lock off? I was trying to shoot the lock off the door. No point did she ever say that what she did, that her actions were to defend herself. She wanted to get her phone. That's what she told you. Again, I don't believe the evidence shows that Mr. Barron even ever had her phone, but if you believe that he did, it's still not self-defense, regardless of if he had the phone or not. That's not the point. The point is, shooting a lock off a door to get your phone is not self-defense. That's an accident. She is saying she accidentally killed him because she doesn't want to have to admit that she intentionally shot and killed Mr. Barron.
He had the phone.
I want to talk to you about why this isn't self-defense, and I want to go back for a minute.
Evidence showed that.
Y'all read a million text messages. I know you're probably sick of them. I know you've seen a lot of them. But Mr. Willis was incorrect when I said that I was going to get up and talk about everything that happened after the shot was fired. Because what I want to talk to you about is everything that happened before it, right? Because for her to be in fear for her life, you have to believe that what she was saying about Mr. Barron is true. Mr. Willis was just having you assume that all that was true. But we know that this defendant doesn't know how to do anything but lie. And Mr. Willis conveniently didn't talk about a single one of her statements in investigator Mefford's interview or on body cam. And there's a reason for that, because they're all lies. And he wants you to just gloss over that. He wants you to just forget about the times that she lied over and over and over to investigator Mefford, to the deputies, to you on the stand. He wants you to forget about that. So he didn't even mention it.
Two very good
So I wanna
lawyers.
talk to you
I like
about
him most,
why
though.
we know that everything she said about Mr. Barron is a lie. And this is the crazy thing about murder cases, ladies and gentlemen, is that defendant gets to get up on that witness stand and she gets to say whatever she wants about Mr. Barron. She can tell you these horror stories about him. And guess who's not here to defend himself? He doesn't get to say a single word to rebut a single lie that she got up there and told you. And so in order to figure out if you think she was telling the truth or not, we need to look at the behavior of Mr. Barron and this defendant before that night. Because that will tell you everything that you need to know about what kind of person she is versus what kind of person Mr. Barron was, because he doesn't have the opportunity to get up and tell you himself. So let's look at this text from October 12, 2024. She says, I'm so wet thinking about sucking your cock. Hello, hello. He says, I would love that. That was 2 hours ago. Offer is gone. He says, I was charging my phone.
Out of nowhere.
How about October 28th with Meg? The hair incident, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot forget about the twins' birthday party in September when Mr. Barron told his son's wife's daughter, sister-in-law, that she had pretty hair. Enter 2-month argument about that. I'm worried about you going trick-or-treating with Meg being there. I don't trust her. I hate that I even have to think about this. It is obvious you are attracted to her. Please let me know if you prefer her. I have been through this. It has made me sick all day thinking about it. Men are visual. You are apparently attracted to her. If you want her, go after her. I do not have hair like that. I am older. What is this
100%.
horribly abusive, controlling man say back? Baby, please don't worry. I will not go if you wish. There is no attraction on my end. Talk about isolation. David Barron missed the last opportunity he ever would have had to trick or treat with his grandkids because this defendant didn't want him to go because Meg would be there with the pretty hair. Talk about manipulative. Talk about controlling. Talk about isolation. Fast forward a month later, we are still on the Meg situation. He's not in the mood to sex. So he says, leave pussy alone for now. But that sets her off. Once again, we should have phone sex. Pussy needs lots of attention. He says, I know, but I'm zeroed in on TV. He just wants to watch TV. Never mind, she says. After this weekend, I do not think I excite you. Maybe if I have pretty hair. He says, I am so in love with you. That horribly, verbally, and physically abusive man, that's his response to this out of nowhere argument. I am so in love with you. She says, I wonder, I do not have pretty hair. I am not young. He says, you have beautiful hair and are beautiful. I want you to desire me. You act like we are married and we are not. I have no ring on my finger. What a horribly abusive man he is. So isolating and controlling
We
and
all know
manipulative.
someone who has been, who's a smooth talker.
Keep going. I
Just
do
saying.
desire you, babe. She says, I am not sure. We never text sexually like we used to. We are not married. I think you need some young pussy with pretty hair. Not interested in mine anymore. Barely wanted it this past weekend after not having for 10 days. His response, I only need you. I'm going to hug you now to stop this. Wow. He is just a horrible, horrible person. How about December 5th? When are you going to ask me to marry you? When are you going to ask me to marry you? She sends that text twice, 8 minutes apart, because he didn't respond in 8 minutes.
Oh
He
my
says, certainly
God.
soon. She says, why a secret? I'm
One
not
second.
20. Never mind. I don't want to marry. I can survive alone. His response, what? I mean, half of the time that this happens, these fights come out of nowhere, and he has no idea what's going on. It goes from I love you to you hate me and you don't want to marry me. She's begging him over and over and over again to marry her. But she wants you to believe that while this is going on, remember it's December, the violence is escalating. It's escalating, ladies and gentlemen. She's already been sodomized, raped, beaten, begging him.
Tread
to marry
carefully,
her.
counselor.
Long text still on December 5th. I don't want to get married. I will take care of myself. I don't care about what anyone thinks, but I do think about you way too much. You do not think of me in the same way. I cannot make another mistake. I'm really good. I will be fine. I always survive. I don't need anyone to take care of me. I need alone time to think this through. You did tell me 2 weeks ago this moved way too ... You said you didn't have time to think about me or getting a ring because we got a house too fast. I'm beginning to agree with you. I'm not the woman for you. You need somebody more dependent on you. You're a good person. He says, I certainly want to marry you and I have the same feelings for you. She says, no, you don't. I'm going to have this discussion again. If you wanted me, I would have known by now. Go find what you want. Well, I thought that he was so controlling of her. I thought that he was isolating her from her family, not letting her see her family. I thought that he was raping her, but she's telling him that she's angry because he doesn't even want to have sex with her because he's not interested. But I thought that she was off hiding in bedrooms during family events because he basically won't let her talk to anyone. December 15th, I know it's really small, but you'll remember this one. I'm not going to read it all for the sake of not needing to, where she says she gets angry because he doesn't respond to her text in 20 minutes. He says, I'm very interested. I thought you were going to sleep. And then he's talking about wrapping her daughter's Christmas present. He says, I was wrapping your daughter's Christmas present. Enter pages and pages of unresponded to text messages from Suzanne because he didn't respond to her in 20 minutes when she said that she wanted to be writing his whole hard cock squirting all over him. Enter pages and pages of yelling by Suzanne to him because he didn't respond to her for 20 minutes to that text. But I thought he was so controlling and manipulative and abusive. January 13th, at this point, he's already, we know, pointed the gun at her, according to her, raped her, beat, strangled, all the things. I do love you. I'm just struggling with this, trying to understand what happened and why. I feel like perhaps I'm not all you need. You were the one thing that was solid in my life. I want to believe so hard that Lilia or Laura mean nothing to you. Let's be patient with each other, and I know we can get through this. And he says, yes, we can. She doesn't say, you meant everything to me until you beat me, raped me, strangled me, and pointed a gun to my head. I understand those were the two rules, right? Apparently, she's allowed to yell at him for literally everything else he does, but she's not allowed to mention the physical abuse, so she just, leaves those out of the continuous rage texts to him. This continues. I need someone that fits me, that lifts me up. I feel inadequate with you. I am not enough. I feel unwanted. I feel like if I let this go, that you're texting them every day and talking to them on your ride home and enjoying their company. I'm never enough.
Thank you.
You know what you need to do. And what's David's response? Because don't forget, if she tries to leave him, he's going to kill her, right? That's what she wants you to believe. If you leave me, I am going to kill you. What's his response? Okay, let's end this. You will never trust me no matter what I do or say. There's nothing that I can do to satisfy you. Yikes. He's super abusive and manipulative and angry and controlling and threatening. Then all of a sudden she starts to dial it back because she doesn't want to leave him, right? Because she's so desperate and obsessed for love. So the second he mentions breaking up, now her tune starts to switch. I feel all alone. I know you never understand. I thought you loved me. All those things. He says, I don't care for anyone but you can't understand. I won't come this weekend and we'll hire an attorney on the house situation. He's just done with it. He's tired of the same argument over and over. What he did wasn't right. But either break up with him or try and move past it. But to do what she's doing, he can't take it anymore. Please call me. Don't hire an attorney. Please call me. But he's so manipulative and controlling and obsessive and abusive. She's the one who won't let him go. She's the one begging him not to leave her. January 21st, all these texts, I'm not going to read them all. It's just a ginormous pages and pages rant without any response from David about how heartbroken she is about Lilia, how alone she is. Who's Lilia? I deserve an answer. Who's Lilia? I fell in love with you. I've been hurt. Why couldn't you just love me for me? Over and over and over, and he doesn't respond. But according to Dr. Elkon, him ignoring her is also abusive, right? And manipulative, because he can't do anything right. If he responds, that was probably abusive. If he doesn't respond, that's also abusive, according to her. What all he's trying to do is just not engage in this crazy, repetitive behavior. February 24th. And again, Judy? Talking about Lilia. I deserve more. To fight over a woman like that. Over and over, she's fighting about Lilia. He says no feelings towards her. Why do you care for her? I mean, rant after rant. Then let's talk about this text. This is to Dana. This is a text from the defendant to Dana. I'm not going to contact him. I'm tired of chasing. If he wants to come, he can find me. I found out on my own. He was honest. She's talking about that. Then she says, I told him I don't mind him texting other women as long as they're friends. I have guy friends.
Maud, can you fill in Lola?
You can't even say a woman's hair is pretty without it turning into a 2-month argument. She told her on January 20th she's not going to contact him. Here's January 21st. Text after text after text after text. How about how much he made her feel safe? There's plenty more than this. I only put in 3. The one I want to bring your attention to most is February 17th. The day after he attempted to anally sodomize her to the point where she had to flee her home in nothing but a t-shirt and was arrested for DUI. Thank you for keeping me calm and wanting to help me. I feel so safe and loved by you. Ladies and gentlemen, I asked Dr. Elkon, you read all 4,000 pages of those text messages, right? Yes. Did you see a single text message, one single text message where David called her a name?
No, Coco.
Did you see one single text message where David says something verbally abusive to her? No. Threaten her? No.
Coco.
Not one. How many text messages did we see? She's calling him a piece of shit, cursing at him, calling him names, said something about he's a pile of doo-doo, over and over. The only evidence of any abuse is by her to him. That is the only evidence that you have seen of domestic abuse is from this defendant to Mr. Barron. That is it. And I want to talk about the bruises. This was taken by Investigator Mefford. This was taken by somebody who works for the defendant on an unknown date. Look at the difference in those bruises. That's why Investigator Mefford corrected himself and said, once I had a chance to actually compare them, I realized that they don't look the same. They look completely different. It's way darker. How about the tops of her arms? You see that big bruise on the top of her arm? Where is it? I don't see anything. How about the redness down here? Do you see anything on her arm? I don't. Where did those bruises come from? I have no idea. What I do know is it didn't come from Mr. Barron because everything she says is a lie. What I do know is that she continued to reach in both of these holes to try and unlock the door. Could have caused a bruise. What I do know is that the paramedic came in and said that bruises will show between 20 minutes and 2 hours. This is taken at 6:30 on the left. It's taken at 6:30 the following morning. That's about almost 6 hours since Mr. Barron has been dead. Where's that bruise? It's nowhere. You know what else I know? Is that this defendant spent 3 hours flopping around on the ground on the crime scene. She's leaning up against the corner of the house with her forearms. If you want to watch the body cam again, just to look at her behavior, watch how many times she bangs her arms up against the wall or the corner of that house. Watch how many times she falls to the ground, rolling around. Watch the interview. Watch how many times she's banging up against the wall. She falls onto the chair. She's rolling around on the ground. I have no idea. A million different things she did could have caused some of those bruises. But what I do know is that they look completely different. And I have no idea when the one on the right was taken or by who. Mr. Willis told you this. This is the law the judge is going to read. But what he didn't explain well was that self-defense, someone is justified in committing murder only when it's necessary to prevent death or great bodily injury. So I want to talk to you about that because let's say, for argument's sake, you believe everything that she said about what happened the night of March 7th, right? Let's say that you believe that he did force her to commit aggravated sodomy on him. Let's say you do believe he put that gun to her mouth. Let's say you believe all of that. You also have to believe that that was the only reasonable way and that it was necessary to shoot that door to prevent death or a forcible felony against herself. And he's right, there's no duty to retreat. There's no duty to retreat, but the reason that retreating comes into play is because is it reasonable and necessary? What does reasonable mean? It's not reasonable to her. It's not reasonable to the defendant. It's reasonable. The belief must be reasonable. That is, a reasonable person would believe that that use of force was necessary. What that means is this objective, reasonable person. You take an objective, reasonable person. Would an objective, reasonable person believe that after being beaten, threatened with death, forced to commit oral sex, a gun pointed to your mouth, would a reasonable person think the best way to protect yourself is to take a gun, walk up to the door where the person who is armed with a weapon that's just been pointed at you in your mouth, that the reasonable way to defend yourself is to shoot through that door? In what world, ladies and gentlemen, would someone who is in fear for their life by a person who is armed on the other side of that door not think that if I shoot at this door, he's going to shoot back at me? In what world? She is so in fear for her life that she thinks that's the only way to protect herself, but she doesn't even think about the fact that if she shoots through this door, he's going to shoot back at her?
Thank you, Josh.
What if she had missed?
Thank you, Willa.
And he was still alive, armed with a gun? And she doesn't for once take a second to think that he might shoot back at her? What if she was trying to aim at the lock, shoots the lock off, gets in the door? What was her game plan? He has just beaten her, according to her, forced her to commit oral sex, according to her, put a gun to her mouth, according to her, and she thinks she's going to shoot the lock off, walk in and go, can you please give me my phone? I really want to call an Uber so I can leave. And then she's just going to hand the phone over, she's going to walk downstairs, stand outside of the porch with all the wild dogs, and call an Uber. And he's just gonna hang out upstairs and let her rideshare come along and take her away. That is the most unreasonable thing I've ever heard. If you are in fear for your life by a person who is armed with a gun, the last thing you're gonna do is follow him up to the locked door and shoot at him. You're gonna get out. She's friends with one of the neighbors. They gave her a gift basket on Christmas with a handwritten note. But she wants you to believe that it was more reasonable for her to shoot into a room with an armed person than to go knock on the neighbor's door at 1 a.m. She wants you to believe that these wild dogs are the reason that she didn't want to walk out of the house. I'm not making that up. She said it. I'm not even trying to make fun of her for it. That's what she said, so we have to address that, ladies and gentlemen. She wants you to believe that this was reasonable to a reasonable person. That's why I know that David Barron never had his gun. Because if he had his gun, there is not a single chance she would have ever shot into that door. There is no chance that if he had that gun and he had just threatened her with it, that she would have gone up there and she would have shot into that door. Because what if she had missed? You're also going to hear about excessive force. Again,
It's the trial that just keeps giving.
Everything she said about March 7th.
I don't know.
You're also going to hear the judge tell you that you're not justified in using excessive force while you're defending yourself. For example, using excessive force would be trying to shoot the lock off the door to get a phone. That's excessive. That is so excessive. To use reasonable force is what you have to find in order to find her not guilty. Shooting a lock off of a door to get a phone is excessive. And you're also going to hear about revenge because you're also not justified in using force basically just to get back at someone. So again, let's say you believe
I don't
everything
think
she said
that
is
was
true.
it.
That
I
he
really
made her do all
don't.
those things. He points a gun at her. You heard what she said. I have a gun too, David. That's what you heard her say. So let's say you believe all those things are true. Now she's angry because he has just forced her to commit oral sex on him. He's just pointed a gun at her. She's mad. I'm going to show you I have a gun too. Walks up the stairs and shoots. That is not self-defense.
The defense attorney just provided an example of that involved her client, the decedent, the guy who died, committing a SA, you can figure it out, against the dentist. I just wanted to point that out. That was bold
That is
strategy.
revenge. That is not self-defense. And you should not find the defendant not guilty because of that. What if you find that she does that because of Lilia? She's so angry about Lilia that she wants to get back at him. I have a gun too, David. Walks up the stairs, shoots. That's revenge. That's not self-defense.
I don't know if she was married. I think she may have just had children.
Because at the beginning of this case, Mr. Willis got up and he said, this case is about self-defense.
But we
That's what he
didn't
said,
hear
right?
from him.
But then what happened was he realized that self-defense ain't looking so good anymore. When you have someone who killed someone who's hiding behind a locked door and won't admit that she shot him in self-defense because she's going to double down on I'm trying to shoot this by aiming up here, self-defense isn't looking good anymore. So now we want voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. Just in case. Just in case you guys don't think that it was self-defense, just going to slide this one on in there. Let's throw the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. Everything but the kitchen sink. In case you don't believe self-defense, we want to have a backup plan, B and C. Do not find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. And here's why. Voluntary manslaughter, the purpose of this statute is if, for example, someone walks in the room and their spouse is actively cheating on them, they already had a gun on them, and they're just so immediately infilled with rage they shoot the person. That is similar to voluntary manslaughter.
Welcome.
Why is what happened in this case not voluntary manslaughter? Because it's only if the person acted on a sudden, only because of a sudden, violent, irresistible passion. What else is important about involuntary manslaughter?
Linda,
Between
tell us more.
provocation and the killing. Defense wants you to believe that because David was sending money to Lilia, that she was just so angry, so enraged that maybe you're gonna hopefully at least believe that she just killed him because of that. That's not voluntary manslaughter, ladies and gentlemen. 3 months had passed. Cooled off, this is the law. If someone has had time to cool off, it's not voluntary manslaughter. She's had 3 months of cooling off. She's choosing to stay with him, that's her choice. No one's making her do it. That doesn't mean that every time someone gets mad at a significant other and they can't get over it, months pass and they're hoping they can get over it and they can't, that they're allowed to kill them. Leave. Break up with him.
This is the
A
rebuttal.
cooling off period.
This is
You can't find
it,
him
and
guilty,
it's
or
done.
guilty of voluntary manslaughter if you find you a cooling off period.
They did ask the
We're
kids.
in December. We're in March. Imagine she cannot say, I was so angry at David and I just couldn't get past it. And it was just so violent and irresistible passion inside of me. And so I decided to kill him. You can't, that is not voluntary manslaughter, that is murder. That is, I was unhappy in my relationship and I couldn't move past it. And instead of leaving, I just decided to kill him. What is involuntary manslaughter? Essentially causing the death without intending to by reckless conduct. Defense wants to relabel the aggravated assault where she walked up to the door, got 6 inches away, aimed in the direction of Mr. Barron and fired as reckless. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not reckless, that's assault. They want you to find her guilty of involuntary.
Kids say she was a great mom. Kids on his side say he's a great dad, but they also said that they had to have an intervention with him really close to when he died because he was drinking too much and he was supporting the lifestyle and rent of 2 women in Romania that he had never met.
Manslaughter by reducing what she did. By calling it reckless. That's not reckless conduct, ladies and gentlemen. That is aggravated assault. That is an intent to assault or put someone in reasonable apprehension of receiving injury. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you. Fires the gun. That's not reckless. That is assault. Do not find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. It is a cop-out. They're trying to slide those in just in case their self-defense theory doesn't work. Because it makes no sense. Hopefully you at least do that. Credibility of a witness. The judge is going to tell you this. Basically, it's your job to judge the credibility of every single person who got on that witness stand. That's your job. You can do that by looking at the manner in which they testify or their lack of interest in the case or their interest in the case. So let's look at all the witnesses you heard from the state. All the officers have absolutely no interest in this case. They're just doing their jobs. Think about the manner in which they testified. Let's talk about Evan Barron because they really attacked Evan. Mr. Wills really attacked Evan in his close. He said that Evan told you who the victim really is. I don't know what testimony that he was listening to when Evan testified because what I heard Evan testify to about the night of December 28th is that she called him frantic, yelling that she pointed a gun at him, at David, that David got the gun away from her, that he was trying to leave, and that she had his keys and had locked herself in the closet or bathroom. It keeps going back and forth. I don't know which one it was at this point because everyone said the closet or bathroom. And that he heard his dad yelling because he wanted to get his keys so he could leave. And then what Evan testified to was that after they made sure everyone was okay, that dad is safe at a hotel because she finally gave him his keys back, and after he made sure Suzanne was okay, he told Suzanne, we don't like this whole Lilia thing. We've known about it. We're going to talk to him about it. This wasn't some intervention for the victim's anger and all these things that Mr. Willis was talking about. It was a complete misrepresentation of what Evan said. And Evan kept trying to correct him on the stand too. I vividly remember that. He kept saying, you were going to have an intervention though with your dad after this, right? Yeah, an intervention about Lilia. We wanted to talk to him about Lilia because we didn't want him sending money to her. But an intervention, right? And then he just wrote the word intervention. Completely misrepresenting what Evan said in the testimony. Completely misrepresenting it. And then the whole spare key situation, did you see any keys on the counter? Evan said, clear as day, we found them in the junk drawer in the pantry. I don't know why we were showing all this body cam to show that there were no keys sitting out on the counter. No one said that the keys were sitting out on the counter. He said they were in a junk drawer.
Super aggressive.
They're just trying to make Evan look like a liar. And to be honest, of all the family members you heard from, Evan was the most honest. He has every reason to come in here and say all these horrible things about the defendant because she murdered his dad. But guess what he did? He told you the truth. I was happy for him. They had a lot in common. They liked football. Family vacation was great. We all got along. When you're judging the credibility of witnesses, part of what you're doing is judging the manner in which they testified. He had every reason to come in here and think of anything to say to shame her and to put her down because she killed his dad. And he told you the truth. We liked her. I didn't like the Lilia thing either. I wanted it to go away. I think the only bad thing he said about her was made me a little bit uncomfortable that she was reaching out to me that much about Lilia. That was it. How about Beth? Beth has known David for 50 years. Married him for 23. This defendant knew him for 10 months. Married for 23 years, has known him for 50, remained friends with him up until the day that he was killed. And what did she tell you? He was a peaceful, kind person. How about Laura? Married for over 10 years, friends for 25, remained friends up until the day he died.
Coco.
What did she tell you?
Guys.
Same thing. Let's talk about Dana and her kids. How about the manner in which they testified?
This cat.
The rehearsed robotic testimony you heard from them. How about the story that one of them said about the defendant being force-fed a bowl of ice cream by David? That was the example that they gave about how abusive he is. He gave her a big bowl of ice cream. They're trying to pull anything out.
Hey, if you have IBS,
They don't want
then
them to be
that's
convicted of murder, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They're her kids. They did nothing wrong.
Hey guys,
They did
please
nothing
hit the
wrong.
like
It's their
button
sister.
or the thumbs up.
But when you're judging their credibility, that's something for you to consider. The manner that they testified in and their interest in this case. How about Dr. Elcon? I really don't want to spend too much time on Dr. Elcon because I personally don't think it's worth it. Because everything she said was blowing my mind, if I'm being honest. Everything was consistent.
When are you
with Mr.
not
Barrett being
honest,
accuser.
to be
without any
honest?
follow-up, without any verification. She just took the defendant's word for everything. She didn't even bother to get prior mental health records of the person she's trying to diagnose with PTSD. Didn't even get mental health records. That is insane to me, ladies and gentlemen. That is insane to me. And there are hundreds of real victims of domestic violence that walk into this courthouse every single day. Hundreds. She owes every single one of them an apology. She is a disgrace to victims of domestic violence. She is an absolute embarrassment to real victims of domestic violence. So is Dr. Elcon. Because how dare she? I asked her, there's a literal picture of David with a scratch on his face, with the defendant admitting that they got him to find he scratched her. And she's like, oh, that was just a scratch.
This is just scorched earth.
If there had been a picture with a scratch on her face.
She's gonna have to work with this woman again, inevitably.
Imagine. Not even putting in her report that this defendant told her she had thoughts of suicide the night she murdered her boyfriend. Didn't think that was important to put in her report. Not putting in her report that this defendant told her allegedly that he made her basically perform oral sex on him the night that she killed him. She's diagnosing her with PTSD for trauma that Mr. Barron inflicted on her allegedly, and she didn't think it was important to put in her report that the night that he was killed, he forced her to perform oral sex on him. How was that not important for your report? First time I heard about it was in opening statements because it wasn't in her report. First time I heard about the suicide was in opening statements because it wasn't in her report. Jim Persinger is very impressive. He is a very credible witness. He is very impressive, and I do not think he got a fair life view any of y'all. I just put him up in this slide because I didn't really understand the purpose of his testimony. I didn't really see how it was relevant because the phones went up the stairs 12 seconds apart. He attributes that to a glitch, or not a glitch, but a lag in the phones.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree
that
with
they didn't
this.
just go up the stairs 12 seconds apart. He's just making an assumption. Could have gone up the stairs 5 seconds apart. Also, it doesn't really matter if the phones went upstairs at the same time because we don't know who took them up the stairs. Could have been her.
This is not hitting the right way with me.
How about the credibility of the defendant? I think I've talked about it enough, so I'm going to breeze through the fact that this defendant is a compulsive liar. But these are all the lies that I could just think of on the top of my head that we know for an absolute fact are not true. We know that David didn't shoot at her, regardless of how many times she said he did. We know she flushed shell casings, regardless of how many times she said she didn't. We know she fired his gun. We know he wasn't drinking. We know that that gun was not next to his body. We know that the holster was not next to his body. And we know that that whole kitchen store was a total lie. What about the fake ER visit? She was lying to y'all about that, so we took a break, and then she gets back up on the stand, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, I'm sorry, that was a lie. Because she'd been caught. Couldn't lie about that one anymore. How about the fake man? Tried to lie about that at first, then realized she'd been caught with that too, so then she gave up on that one. Fake law enforcement coming to talk to her at St. Simon's. She's manipulating him. Imagine if Mr. Barron had done that. and texted Suzanne, "Oh, I'm vomiting up blood. Come see me."
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the things we would have heard from Dr. Elcon about that. I want to talk to you about this. Mr. Wills barely touched on it, probably because it makes absolutely no sense and no one really knows what to make of it. She wants you to believe that those shots from 12 to, that is a foot. This is 12 inches off the ground. It's from her committing suicide.
Have you guys hit the like button yet and
In what
subscribed?
world? With a gun like this? Was she laying on the ground? Was she sitting on the ground? She had no blood on her back. She had no blood on her butt. How was she 12 to 16 inches off the ground with a gun like this, tries to fire it once? Oh no, it didn't fire. Tries to fire it a second time. Oh no, it didn't fire. Tries to fire the third time. On the third time, whoa.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Oops, let me try again. In what world does that make any sense? That is the most insane thing. She didn't even really go into detail about how she did it because I don't think she knows to this minute how to explain how those shots fired from 12 inches off the ground were from an attempted suicide. But she wants you to believe that that's the reason why she fired David's gun out the door and why she flushed the shell casings, because she didn't want anyone to know that she sat here and just continuously did that.
This girl has a
Wanna show you
lot of
verdict form?
aggression built up.
Very quickly. Judge, may I have the
Coming out right now. Glad you guys are here for it.
This is what the verdict form is going to look like. You're going to have it as well. And I want to show you and explain so you're not confused because there's a lot of options. This is count 1, malice murder. To put an X right here, you would have to believe either that the state did not meet all of its elements, which we have, which means the only other reason you would put an X here is if you find that the defendant acted in self-defense and was justified in killing Mr. Marion. That's the only reason to put an X right there. If you find that she maliciously killed the defendant, intended to kill him, this is where you put your X. Line 2.
Yeah.
Every count. Line 2 is going to be what the defendant is charged with in the indictment and what the state is going to ask that you find the defendant guilty with beyond a reasonable doubt. Line 2, malice murder, guilty. On to count 2. This is a felony murder based off of aggravated assault. Guilty. What are these below it? These are
really
plans B and
something.
C. This is oops, self-defense doesn't really make any sense. Hopefully maybe they do manslaughter instead.
Judge, I have to object. I've allowed her to state this many times. The charges
Yeah.
are from the court, not from the defense. So I'd ask her not to make that inference. I object.
I don't think there's anything improper about this, Judge. They asked for them to find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, and I'm asking them not to.
I most certainly do not.
Without commenting on the evidence, the state is welcome to give their opinion on what they would like for the jury to cross-check, whatever. And that's perfectly reasonable. Without commenting on the evidence, the court has created the documents that are being referenced, and it's the court's, again, not making any comment one way, but it's the court's document with input from the parties with ultimately my final. So I will overrule the objection with that explanation. State may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sounds like they're not asking you to find her guilty of voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, so that makes that a whole lot easier for y'all then. Count 3, guilty of felony murder based off of the criminal damage in the first degree. Again, the second line on the verdict form. Count 4, again, only this if you find the state has not met the elements beyond a reasonable doubt or self-defense. If not, we move on to aggravated assault. What's below it is reckless conduct. Again, a lesser included that the defendant is not charged with. This is a cop-out. This is what state's asking you to find the defendant guilty of. Count 5, first degree damage, criminal damage, property in the first degree. Second line, again, reckless conduct is a plan B. And lastly, the last 2. There's no other options other than guilty or not guilty as to counts 6 or 7.
Laptop.
Yes, please.
All right. Let me move this so you guys
Ladies and
can
gentlemen,
see
any
it.
which way you spin this case, the defendant is guilty. There's no excuse, there's no justification, and there's no defense for walking up to a door, getting 6 inches away, and killing someone who's hiding behind it. And on top of that, her actions after the fact show why this was malicious and why there was intent. Because not only did she kill Mr. Barron, but then while she stepped over his dead body, she altered the scene. She tampered with the evidence. She planted evidence. That is malice. After everything you've heard in this case, there is no room left for any doubt. There's just not. And at the beginning of this trial, Mr. Willis did. He put that picture up, the smiling selfie of the defendant on the beach. And he said, "You're never going to get to meet her. You're never going to get to hear from her. She's gone." And then you know what he just said? She's gone almost as much as James Barron. That is insulting. She's sitting right there. She got to see her kids yesterday. She got to see her smiling kids. They got to see her. Guess who you didn't get to meet? Guess who you're never going to get to meet? Guess who's never going to get to see his smiling kids? And his kids are never going to get to see him. You are never going to hear from him. He is never going to get to come in here and defend himself from her lies. She took that right from him, and she took the privilege from you to hear from him. You will never get to meet James Barron. There's only one victim in this case, ladies and gentlemen. And I promise you it's not the person who took a gun, brought it up, and shot through a locked door at someone hiding behind it.
Who wronged
That's
you,
not the
ma'am?
victim. This is the victim. He might not ever have the opportunity to come in here and tell his side of the story, but fortunately for Mr. Barron, the evidence speaks louder than he probably ever could have. And so that's where you come in, ladies and gentlemen, that's where you come in. Because even though David's voice was taken from him by her, your verdict can speak volumes for him. So I'm going to ask that you follow the evidence, you ignore the lies, and you find this defendant guilty. Thank you.
Okay. So he's about to read off instructions. We are not going to watch that, but I want you to see what happens after they have been deliberating for a while and they have finished their lunch. The attorneys get notification that the jurors have a question, and everyone's showing up. They were like attacking each other on closing, and they're just sitting there just having like a cash conversation, like no big deal. Sir, I don't know. That was one of the most emotional, rage-filled closings I've ever heard in my life. This trial has been filled with ups and downs. There's no other way to put it. I have it on play. It's going to happen here in a moment that the judge is going to come out and tell you what the jurors are saying, or the note that they've gotten. But before that happens, if you could just double check that you are subbed, that you are following me on X, that you have hearted this stream and given it a thumbs up over on YouTube, that would be great. If you want to support the stream, the pink ticker down at the bottom that has all of the information, as well as the upper right hand side, at least of my screen, my laptop screen. I don't know if it's on vertical stream, with that information as well. All of my donations are going towards my medical expenses right now, because I am getting ready to have that big surgery. I'm okay. 7. What did I put? Oh no. I was like 10 minutes off. Sorry, y'all.
All right, welcome back. I have a note from the foreperson. Each case is different. I always, in the past, have shared the note with the lawyers. I think there is a inference of leaning in the note. So at this point, I'm not inclined to, and I understand, we'll talk. It's gonna be a longer conversation. To not share the entire contents with the lawyers will certainly be part of the record. That being said, the foreperson alleges that one of the jurors is, my summary, refusing to participate in deliberations. Now, the court's making no comment one way or the other on that. Certainly don't have any basis of knowledge, but that's the issue that is upon us. They've been 2 hours, I think that's right.
Yes.
And I don't know how many days of actual testimony, but it's been several. So I'll certainly look for inclination, and ultimately it's my decision, but there's several ways we can go about it. One, I bring all the jurors back and I reread page 16 portion where it says you should start your deliberations with an open mind. Pattern.
Yeah, that's gonna
I can bring the foreperson out and inquire further.
Do it.
Without commenting on the providence of the jury, without interfering with their deliberations. I can bring them all out. And so we have some options, but it is, in the court's estimation, very early in the process as far as deliberations. I make no comment on the length of any jurors or jury's deliberations, but I don't know, after 2 hours, we can already be at a deadlock, but that's the issue before us. State, would you like to start?
I wish I could see
No?
the
Defense, would you like to
prosecutor's
start?
face.
I have Mr. Buller looking at this right now. I think, and I could be wrong, but I believe that I think the rule is that the lawyers have a right to see the note.
So on that point, I believe there's a split of authority. I think the preference is that you receive a copy of it. However, I do believe that there's backing of a trial judge in at least withholding the information. Certainly will be part of the record, and that's not a final decision. I'm just letting you know. I'm not telling you right now, other than the court summary that I just gave you. And I understand that you lodge an objection to that. I understand.
And I'm trying to articulate what the objection. I guess my objection is I'd ask to see the note this time. I understand what the court's going to rule.
No problem with you asking. At this point, the court is declining your request over your objection with the response that the court, as a neutral arbiter, is summarizing that the foreperson is indicating that one juror is refusing to deliberate. Now, there's more to it, which I think would give an inkling to the parties of potentially where the jury might be at, which I don't think is appropriate to tell you at
I
this
understand that.
But your objection is noted.
May I have just a moment?
Have as much time as you need.
Shit.
I would suggest we do either one of two things, and I'll certainly hear from y'all. Either bring everybody back, I read in the general charge, send them back. Hopefully
Absolutely.
that doesn't create
Look at this comment.
improper conduct
Right?
in the deliberation room, which again, I don't anticipate. So read in the general charge, see if they do something, and if they still are in this position, send them home and come back tomorrow. That's an option. Inquire further with the foreperson individually, which I believe is proper.
Beat 'em up.
Inquire
Behind the
from
courthouse.
the foreperson with everyone present, which I also believe would be proper. And then Not at this point, but I think the next level would be to inquire with the individual juror about their understanding of their obligation and oath.
And at what point are we needing to consider a mistrial? Because what? This is wild. Like this, this is why I reached out to Ricada. We'll have him on soon. I have a heating patch I have to put on.
Judge, what is the final page that you would be reading? Is it page 16, you said? I'm sorry.
If you look on the jury instructions, the ones I read to them, page 16, third full paragraph, you should start your deliberations with an open mind, and then it ends with solely because of opinions of other jurors.
Yeah, Judge, I think we're in agreement for our city. We are endorsing your suggestion to bring the entire jury back, read that again, and send it back.
I didn't mention this earlier. I do this every Tuesday through Friday, so I will be live again tomorrow. Yeah, I hear you, Josh. Josh said, I would think that you would just replace that juror with an alternate, as long as they haven't been released. I think that is an option. Linda thinks that the juror that refuses to deliberate should be charged all the court costs if the trial has to be. I'm not laughing at you, Linda. I can't even fathom how much this costs me to put on. Like that would just, they'd be like,
So,
in that case.
I'm going to edit, and I understand it's over offenses objection. Court 1, page 1 and page 2. From the foreperson, a juror has declared immediately upon entering room, he will not change his mind.
Oh, it's a he.
Will not discuss and deliberate. We have talked about how we want to understand his reasoning because we are collectively here to reach a verdict and help each other make a decision. He said he is not obligated to change his mind or to be open-minded. He was open-minded in the courtroom. Everyone is concerned and explained they are concerned he entered with bias. There's a portion which I'm not going to read.
So they want to, he's totally not guilty.
He will not explain any reasoning other than it's his feelings and he knows how these things work. We have tried explaining. We value his thoughts and why he thinks that way, and said he won't do that because our opinion is ours and his is his, and he will not try to change our I don't know what it says. Change our plus sign, scratch through. He will not try to change our, I guess it's period.
Tyler.
He will not try to change ours.
Lacey.
He won't let us try to change his. Four-person, today's date. So I edited out
The symbols that the,
essentially one sentence, which would indicate very likely which way that juror's going.
wow. That's what I'm saying. I at what point is this a mistrial? I think if not soon, this is an appeals issue. Do I have a Frenchie in here? Hi, Frenchie. I didn't know she was in here until I heard a snort.
You good with that? So good with that, right?
Just reading the charge.
We have two main options. I can
I must have
inquire with the foreperson. I can bring everybody out. Obviously, the lesser introductory level would be just to simply reread it. It may not be
Yeah, I don't think that's
received
gonna
well. I
help.
don't know if it will or will not.
I think we're supporting your suggestion to bring them all out, read that last page, and then send it back. If they come back in 15 minutes and say, we're in the same spot, we'll do whatever. But I think that could be a good thing to just reread the charge and see what happens. Because it's only been an hour. And
Oh my God.
We'll
You
call it
have
2
to
hours,
think
but yeah.
if you are her.
Okay.
You have to think,
Anything with the
holy
state?
crap,
No,
Jesus
I mean,
is real.
It has been early, and it's not like reading the charge really does any harm. I just don't know how fruitful it's going to be based off of the note. I don't think it would hurt to also inquire with the foreperson what's going on without making sure that the foreperson understands not to indicate one way or the other as far as leaning, but I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. I'm just not sure how fruitful this will be, but we can try.
just try it.
Thank you. I love you.
It's been 2 hours.
Absent an objection, I'm going to bring them back, read them that one paragraph, send them back to the deliberation room, not to be presumptuous, but should it bubble up again, then I think the next level will be talk to the jury foreperson in open court outside of the presence of other jurors.
I'm a guess that
No,
the
Your Honor.
We're good? That's what we're gonna do.
foreperson
Let's bring
is
it back. Thank
also
you.
a dude.
And tell them they can bring their jury instructions if they want.
That's what I think.
For the record, as an email indicated, they asked for individualized printout. So Mr. Preston printed out 11, 12 copies.
No, it's not a hung jury. It's just a single juror that got back there and was like, I refuse to deliberate. My opinions are my opinions. You can't change. Petty juror of the year.
Welcome back. Thank y'all. Welcome back.
He's not as nice this time.
You don't have to have a copy. If they wanted to, that's fine. That's not required.
I mean, this is someone's life. I'm not trying to like.
Welcome back. We have all 12. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Madam Foreperson, I have received your note and I've communicated in summary to the lawyers. The response is this. This is to all jurors. And to be fair, I'm rereading a portion of the jury instructions I read approximately a few hours ago. You should start your deliberation with an open mind.
You hear that, Daryl?
Consult with one another and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change your opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of opinions of other jurors. Members of the jury, I ask that you return to the deliberation room. Thank you.
Wow.
I certainly don't want to get into the, y'all can be seated, please. Thank you. Don't want to get into the guessing game. I would imagine that if they are going to start to deliberate, they would do so. If they're going to potentially disagree, that might be sooner rather than later. It is 4:45. Again, I don't know. Maybe they come back, ask to come back tomorrow. I don't know. The reason I say all that is please don't go very far. Certainly, I'm very open to you doing whatever. I don't require you to remain in the courtroom. But that being said, I think it's a natural observation to say that they may give us information sooner rather than later. So I'm going to go back to my office, which is over there. And anything else we need to talk about?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Do you think that you have an idea, Josh, of and obviously I'm not going to ask you anything further than this. Do you think that you were able to see that person and know which person it was, knowing that it was a guy and that you saw the jury? Well, whether it be right or wrong, typically juries that go out on a Thursday. See, I felt you would like you would know. I felt like you would know that. You just like. I bet you I could draw a photo of him. I'm like, it's just one of these things, you know? When you cover these cases after so long, you get to know the type. And that's wild. That's wild to think that the state spent all that time and their work would have meant nothing. Are you covering this trial as a mod with anyone else? Like, are you doing it for RA or are you just watching it with me? Because I would love to have you when it happens, when the verdict comes in. I will be paying close attention tomorrow. And what I didn't finish saying is that these things often happen if you are going into a Friday. The jury will usually want to finish up deliberations before Friday ends because they don't want to come back the next week. Whether or not you think that's fair, it is what it is. Okay, cool. So I will. Here's the plan. First of all, please put on your notification bell. When you go to my YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, I'll go over X in a minute. When you go to YouTube and it says subscribe, there's like a little bell. And instead of hitting the personalized, do the all option. Okay, for X. When you go to my profile, right where it says like follow, there should be what I believe to be a check mark. And it's a little button that you can press, and it allows for you to get notified whenever this person tweets or has a live stream. Turn that on. Otherwise, if the verdict is any time after 12 p.m. Eastern, I will stop what I'm doing and go live. If it hasn't happened by 3:45, I'm just going to go live. We're trying out new times this week, remember? Switching it up, A/B testing. So I will plan on seeing y'all at 3:45 tomorrow, but I kind of have a feeling it's going to be tomorrow morning. Like, that they end up coming back. And if it's in the morning, I'm not doing it. I'll tell you guys all about it and we'll watch it together when I do the live stream. But if it's after 12 p.m., I will be here with you guys to watch it. Are we cool? Are we cool? We're cool. Before you leave, just remember, please hit that thumbs up button and the heart over on X. Make sure you're subscribed, of course. Turn on that notification bell. And I hope I'm not missing anything. It's been 4.5 hours. I don't have bad knees, but my knees are killing me, so I got to get up. I will see y'all tomorrow. It has been real. It has been fun. It has been real fun. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. And if you are in Ohio or Illinois or Indiana, be weather aware. Okay? All right. I'll be talking about that on Twitter. All right. Love you. Bye.